Intellivision.
Introducing Mattel Electronics Intellivision. Inside is a powerful 16-bit microprocessor, a full range of realistic sound effects including 3-part harmony music, a broad color palette, and an extraordinarily high level of resolution.
This is Intellivision. You're listening to the Intellivisionaries.
Welcome to episode 6 of the Intellivisionaries podcast. This episode we are going to be discussing the Dreadnaught Factor from Activision. This is our first Activision title, and quite a good game at that. We will also have an interview with the designer, programmer of that game, Tom Loughry. And we have another interview with Kieren Hawken, who goes by the name The Laird from Retro Video Gamer Forums. That's a UK forum that we have a presence on. And of course, our feedback and news and all those things. And this episode, we have a special guest host joining us, Kevin Savetz. He is the author of the book Terrible Nerd. He is also a very successful web publisher and journalist, and an Intellivision collector and fan, and a co-host of Antic, the Atari 8-bit podcast, which I did a little guest spot on their last episode. So, sit tight and listen. It should be a good show. That said, Kevin, I'd like to introduce you here and just have you say a few things about maybe your history with Intellivision and kind of retro gaming and computing in general.
Hello.
Did you start, I have not read your entire book yet, but did you start with the Intellivision kind of from the beginning in 1979 or 80, or did it take you maybe a year or two after it had been released?
I think it was a year or two after it was released when I got the Intellivision. I started off with the Fairchild Channel F.
Nice.
Yeah, it was nice. I really enjoyed that, and I played with I was like 4 years old or something when we got it, and I'd be playing with the Fairchild. We played like the Hangman game and the baseball game, and stuff. And then I saw the Intellivision one time. My stepdad took me to the mall, and we were in some department store, and there was an Intellivision there, and it was demonstrated for us, and we got to see the computer module, like the original one that never came out. I was just like, wow, this is an amazing system, and so I begged and pleaded to get an Intellivision, and that Christmas I got it, and I loved it. I played that system for years and years and years.
Oh yeah, that's interesting that you mentioned. A couple things there. The Fairchild Channel F, I never knew anyone who had one of those. I've never actually played one. I've seen them at Classic Gaming Expo in the museum. Mm-hmm. Certainly I know about them. But the computer module, the original keyboard component, I never remember seeing that in any of the stores. I remember seeing literature and ads for it, but you actually got the privilege of seeing one. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, and it was like, that was demonstrated for us like by... It seemed like, I was little, I don't know, but it seemed like it wasn't just like the guy at the store. It seemed like it was someone who was trained and was knowledgeable about it. And it might have been sort of a thing to feel out and, gauge interest in the community. But I remember looking at it and really thinking it was awesome, and waiting for it to come out.
Yeah, which really didn't happen.
We all know how that worked.
Yeah.
You had the Channel F, and then Intellivision. Did the Atari VCS ever enter your kind of awareness and spectrum, or did you kind of jump that one?
Some of my friends had the Atari VCS, but I didn't, and I never really wanted one. I was happy with the Fairchild when I had it. I loved the Intellivision when I had it, and never, if I was at a friend's house and they had an Atari, I certainly wouldn't choose to go outside and play instead of play the Atari.
Right.
Understand, but I never really had one or wanted one of my own.
Yeah,
Now, when it
Fairchild
comes to
is something
Atari-
I'd love to have. That's one of the systems that I found out about it like maybe about 10 years ago, and like, that looks like a pretty cool system. Back in around 2000, I worked for Fairchild Semiconductor. I'm like, that would be a nice system to add to the collection, considering I worked for the company.
Find something in the basement. Hey, you never know.
Right.
Do you still have that? Have one, Kevin? Maybe not your original one, but
I don't have the original one, but I do have one, and every game except for one. I was lucky enough to meet Jerry Lawson, who was pretty much the designer of that system on a couple of occasions, and so yeah, I like my Fairchild.
Tell me just a little bit about your book there. I know you graciously gave us copies of the book to read and check out.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sure. I published the book a little over a year ago. It's called Terrible Nerd, and it's mostly about what it was like growing up as part of the first generation of people to have a computer that fit on a desk and be these kids that, like just like a couple of years before, if you wanted to use a computer, you needed to be like at a college or a government, facility or something. And then all of a sudden, here I was, and here was all these other little 10 and 12 and 15-year-olds who had a computer that fit on a desk, and wow, that was an amazing and lucky time to be alive. And
absolutely.
so it's about my exploits with Atari 800s and Apple IICs and televisions and that sort of thing.
And what about your current web publishing business?
I have a company that creates websites. I come up with ideas for sites, and my team creates them, and we throw them up and see what sticks to the wall. I probably have about 100 websites, and beats going to work
Absolutely.
in an office somewhere.
Yeah, I do some web development stuff too as part of my business. So yeah, it's nice when you can work from home and do some things like that. Very cool. And also, as I mentioned, you're one of the co-hosts of Antic, the Atari 8-bit computer podcast, which you had me on recently. As everyone who's listened knows, I'm also a big fan of the Atari 8-bits. That was my next move after the Intellivision. So I was hugely into those computers. So was Antic your idea, or did you three come to the conclusion that you needed to do a podcast about it?
I wanted someone to do an Atari 8-bit podcast because I wanted to listen to it, and I didn't want to do it myself, and I had never done a podcast, and so I hadn't really considered it. But one day I was like on Twitter, and someone had mentioned that they were thinking about doing an Atari podcast, and I was just like raised my hand. I'm like, okay, I would participate. And then someone else did the same thing, and all of a sudden that was it. There was 3 hosts, the 3 people who cared, and so a month later we published our first episode, and we're going to record episode 8 tomorrow.
Did you know Randy and Brad before?
I had met them both at VCF Southeast, but hadn't really met them.
Sounds like the start of this show.
Yeah, yeah. I put out the feelers and had some nibbles. And then now we have a show. Imagine that. Speaking of the show, Dreadnaught Factor. But before that, let's talk a little feedback.
Someone please take a book or a book and just end this. Such crap.
I'm kind of the watchdog for the Twitter account. And Diagamblic, or as they call him on Twitter, @Diagamblic, he mentioned he'd like to have a segment called Intellivisions, where we get people who've never played Intellivision to try it out for the first time and gauge the reactions to the show.
Did they get to play Space?
I don't know.
There's an edit point. Well, I like that idea, and there are certainly a lot of people. In fact, my 12-year-old stepson, Alex, we did one segment in Astro Smash. Mm-hmm. But he had played it a few times prior. But yeah, I think that's a cool idea. I don't know if we should do something on Facebook or Twitter to ask people if they want to be involved, and then we could have them on the show and get their opinions. Or, I don't know. But thanks, Diagamblic. We'll look into that. That's an interesting idea.
So in the thread over on Atari Age that we posted for feedback on episode 5, we got a lot of feedback. This thread had a lot going on, and in particular, it seemed like for a while there, people were spinning up ideas for questions we could ask Keith Robinson if and when we get an opportunity for kind of a more generalized interview that wasn't focused on a specific game. So yes, we saw those questions. Lots of interesting ideas, I guess.
I have to comment here. Yeah, I mean, I was active in that thread as well, and people were, in a sense, criticizing me for not asking Keith, 5,000 questions. And the point was Keith was here for a Bomb Squad IntelliVoice episode, and that's what we discussed. Right. But I will say, listeners, that Keith and Intellivision Productions are endorsing the show. Keith will be involved in the show, in future shows, on various topics. And I've already talked to him about the listener questions coming in. I'm compiling that, keeping track of it, and we're going to get that to him. And hopefully we'll have an entire interview segment with Keith, and we'll just go over all these listener questions. I think that'll be interesting for all involved.
It's kind of like when people ask the question, if you could sit down with one person in history and ask them one question, what would it be? So everyone's like, why didn't you ask him this?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are people that aren't doing podcasts and don't understand
exactly
the realities of it.
Of course, these are people who their one person would be Keith Robinson.
Right. That's true. So moving right along, we've been getting some emails for the show, which is always nice. Hello at Intellivisionaries.com or hello at intpodcast.com. You can even send it to hello at Intellivisionpodcast.com and we will get it. That's how good we are. So a guy named Brent Santin from Canada, he sent a couple emails. When we talked about the overlay, the Sears overlay set with Phil Boland a couple episodes back. Brent suggested a way that he used to make overlays just to have something to use, and it wouldn't necessarily be reliable for the long term, but basically printing them out normally on regular printer paper and then using shipping tape. Put it on top, cut it, throw it in there, you have an overlay. So a game you needed one right away and you didn't want to take the time to do the laminate and reverse printing and spray painting and all that stuff, it would work. I never tried it, but it sounds pretty cool. He also shared a link with us. It's an infomercial about the PlayCable, which was that system, which is essentially a modem that you could download Intellivision games way back when and play them. And I've never seen this infomercial. It's just audio. But we have a link to it, and we will include portions of that in this show. Pretty cool stuff.
Cool.
He recorded it himself on audio cassette when he was a kid. He didn't have an Intellivision, but he wanted one so badly that he recorded this and listened to it over and over again. So thanks, Brent. We also heard again from Greg Miller. He emailed us previously about doing some sports and D&D games. He was talking about the interview with Tommy Tallarico, and we talked about NHL hockey because that's one of my favorites, and that was coincidentally one of his favorite games growing up. And he wants us to still do a sports game, which we will be doing. But he also wanted to know about the best way to play Intellivision in emulation, what kind of controller. And I suggested the Ultimate PC interface, which you can get by going to Intellivision.us. It's Intellivision.us. It used to be Bees Life. I think both of them go to the same place. Anyway, you can go there and you can order this Ultimate PC interface, which lets you interface either the original Intellivision controllers or the Intellivision 2 controllers to your PC and play with real controllers on a PC. I have a couple of those things, so they do work well.
Yeah, I don't have one yet. I've just been playing on the keyboard.
Well, I never really play in emulation because of the cuddle carts.
Yeah, you have the cuddle carts.
Yeah.
I don't yet.
Real hardware all the way with real carts, you guys.
Do you have a cuddle cart?
No, I
Kevin?
don't have a cuddle cart.
Is that blasphemous to you?
No,
cuddle
actually,
carts?
I missed the boat on that, and I
Yeah.
don't have one. But I have most of the actual carts, so I just pop in the cart.
I do too, but I kind of like the convenience of having it all in one place and the less wear and tear on that cartridge port.
Yeah, I see that.
But there will be, I know something that I can't elaborate on right now, but let's just say that there's going to be a couple of choices in multi-cart solutions for the Intellivision soon.
Excellent.
Yeah, sign me up.
No, you can't have one. Well, sorry.
Aw.
I think I might have mentioned it on the podcast before, but for years the only way I played Intellivision was emulation, and it's only within the last year I'd say that I've gotten back to playing real hardware all the time. We've talked before about playing television games on my arcade cabinet via emulation. So we keep talking about things we need to do a segment on, and configuring emulators has got to be up there.
Why Rick hates the disc and plays on an arcade cabinet with a joystick. No?
See, you always add that in.
It just flows out naturally. Can't help myself.
So Steve Harold contacted us on Facebook, and he posted a really cool drawing of a cartoon Intellivision. If you'd like to take a look at that, head on over to our Facebook page. He asked about if we'd be interested in doing interviews with the regular Joes, just the average people in the community, and he'd be interested in being interviewed. So, Paul, you said you went over and contacted him about that?
Yep, I said no problem, and in fact, I'm supposed to be talking to him tomorrow night.
Cool.
He's a big Intellivision fan, and I think it's kind of cool, and that's open to anyone listening. If you guys want to talk about your collection, your history with the console, contact us. You know how, and we'll figure out a way to get you on the show, too. We want to get everybody involved as much as we can.
Yeah, especially any really interesting stories.
So, Jimbo Bond, apparently, told us on Facebook he's enjoying the show. Thank you very much, Jimbo. We appreciate that. And wonders when we're going to get to armor battle, sea battle, land battle. Particularly, he's interested in land battle. Okay, so that's interesting.
What's land battle?
Yeah, I was going to say, that one wasn't released, right? That's one of those
that was one of
things?
those unreleased deals.
I have not even messed with that ROM. I mean, I have it somewhere, but so maybe that would be very interesting.
No,
what happened to the land battle?
That's not one of those ROMs that Intelligent Vision was going to do, is it?
I don't think they did. They certainly haven't done a release of it.
I just wondered if there was any discussion of that one.
I don't not that I've heard, but I don't.
I'll have to ask Keith about land battle. That's another question for Keith Robinson. What happened to land battle?
I mean, it's out there in the ROM collections that get floated around. Like, if you're familiar with the Good Tools, it's actually one of the ones that's in the main Good Intellivision set. So,
the Good Tools. Actually, I'm not familiar with the Good Tools.
Yeah, I don't know what that is either.
Oh, so I don't know who this guy is. I forget. Oh gosh, they had a name for it too. Shoot. But he this guy's name, kind of like Norton Utilities, got Norton did things. There's a guy, Cowering. That's it. Cowering's Good Tools is what it's called. And I don't know if it's the same guy doing all this all the time, or if he just did the first few and they got his name on it. I don't really know the history there, but he created these ROM checking tools basically that did CRC checks on files and would say, "Oh yes, I recognize this as blah blah tool game," and would rename the file with a nice descriptive name. So you'd run the Good Tool against your collection, sort of like Clear MAME Pro if you do MAME ROMs.
Okay.
But as I remember it, there was a problem with the Intellivision ones. His tool, I think, wouldn't recognize ROMs; it only recognized the bin files. But if I may be misremembering that, because I haven't used those tools in a while. But anyway, I think that the Cowering list of the standard set of Intellivision ROMs is about 203 ROMs, and Land Battle is in that list. And so if you were like getting these sets of ROMs that were floating all around the internet, it's one of the ones that's out there.
I know I have it on my cuddle cart, but I don't really remember the game that well. I don't recall it being terribly playable.
Yeah, I don't think I've given it more than 30 seconds to look at all. So maybe we need to look at it for the show.
When he commented it, because I wrote back to him on Facebook about that Jimbo Bond, and I said that, because I don't know if he meant it by his question, the way he worded the question, but whether he wanted us to do like a combination show. Well, we do all the battle games or something like that. And
armor battle, land battle, sea battle, space battle.
I mean, in a way, I understand what he's getting at, but we're going to do that with the sports games, the variations, the various hockeys and footballs and such. But
Right.
yeah, I think each of those games would deserve their own show. Maybe not Land Battle, but if we can find out enough about it, maybe we can get some contacts through Keith Robinson and we'll find out the whole story behind it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've read. I'm sure there's an entry on IntellivisionLives.com about it. It's been a while since I've read it, so.
Yeah. We also heard from Peter Dell on Facebook. He just discovered the show and he was catching up, and I told him hopefully by the time he's caught up, this episode 6 will be out. So thanks for the nice words, Peter. So I was listening to the Classic Console Gamer News podcast. That's a guy who goes by the name S1500. I believe his name is Josh on Atari Age. We mentioned him when we had the discussion about the Potty Awards and the Ferg from the 2600 Game by Game 1 podcast of the year. So he had kind of a recap of the potties, and he was playing some clips from various shows, including our show, and including Antic as well. So just wanted to give a little mention there, because I did listen to his latest show about the TI 994A, which is interesting because he calls his show the Classic Console Gamer News, but I don't believe he's ever talked about classic consoles. But just saying. We also got something from our friend of the show, Focus RS, William Culver, Arcade USA, insert other name here. He is the guy who's doing the Colecovisions podcast with SoCal Mike from Retrogaming Roundup. He sent us his own audio submission, Dreadnought Factor review. I've not listened to it yet, but we will include it in the show, unless he says really horrible things, and then we'll edit it out. Thanks. And just a few other things I wanted to touch on. I put up a picture of Utopia when I went. Tommy Tellerico, who was in our last show, when he and I played a game, we were trying different experiments to see, if you do X, Y, and Z, what happens? If you both do the same thing, what happens? And we did a round where I tried to be like, I'm going to buy housing and crops and a fishing boat, and my people are going to be happy. And I got a bunch of rebels, and he bought all factories and won and didn't get any rebels. Actually, he had a hospital. He had all factories and a hospital because you needed that hospital for all the lung cancer patients from the factory. But he won, and there is a picture of that on our Facebook page if you guys want to check that out. Pretty funny. And finally, our last episode, Bomb Squad. I have to admit something that I apparently had wrong all of these years, and I criticized Will wrongfully. When in the beginning,
you
when
criticize someone wrongfully, that doesn't sound like you at all.
Well, that's the first time that's ever happened. I don't know what you're getting at, Rick. Anyway, so in Bomb Squad, he says figure out the code, right? And that's what Will said on Facebook, and I said no. He's saying, do you have the code? And for some reason, my 12-year-old brain heard it that way, and that's how it stuck. And now I listen to it again, and I go, you're right. I was incorrect. So it's
and now
just,
listening to it, when I listen to it now, I can hear where you could hear the "do you have?"
because it's like, figure out the code, and nobody says figure out like that. They say, do you have? I don't know, whatever. But anyway, I was wrong about that, and I wondered if anybody else heard it that way or if it was just me. I was the only one in the world who heard.
It was
"Do
just
you
you."
have the code? Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate the backing up there.
Time to send the hate mail to hello@intellivisionaries.com.
Well, it's like how Keith was saying, no, they had to have people listen to what was being said to see if it sounded like what they intended it to say.
Right. Like Space Code.
Yes.
And that ends our feedback segment.
You know what they say. The longer your favorite retro gaming podcast, the longer your... And it doesn't get any longer than Retrogaming Roundup.
It's time for some non-Intellivision mentions of significance that are primarily retro-themed.
You did it!
Do not call it a shout-out. Paul hates that term.
They'll be looking for us.
So guys, I just wanted to kind of break form here a little bit, and all of us listen to a lot of podcasts, watch a lot of maybe retro themed or gaming kind of movies or what have you. And I just thought our listeners may be interested in hearing about some of these things they may not know about. So I just wanted to kick it off. There's a documentary called The Space Invaders, and it's about arcade collecting and that hobby, which I am involved with, as you all know. So
I've seen that documentary. It's really good.
yeah, it's really good. I watched it originally. It's available on Amazon streaming. You can also get the Blu-ray and DVD. You can go to thespaceinvaders.org. And Jeff Von Ward is the director and the man behind the movie. And I met him at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo last October. Really nice guy. Chatted with him quite a bit about arcades and other things. And I recently watched that again with my 12-year-old stepson. And he's a fan of arcade games. You know, I've kind of introduced him to those things and got him involved. And he really liked the movie too. It kind of gave him a better understanding of why people do this, why there's the nostalgia for the games, and you know, why there's so many people that have these little collections of arcade games. So yeah, everybody check that out if you haven't already. The Space Invaders in Search of Lost Time. You'll find it on Amazon and on thespaceinvaders.org, and we'll have links in the show notes. So what about you guys? Anything?
In terms of podcasts, this is retro, but it's not gaming at all. I really have enjoyed a podcast called Mission Log, which is a Star Trek podcast. These guys are going episode by episode through Star Trek, and they're going to do all of Star Trek.
Wow.
And they do a really good job of taking apart these shows and asking the questions like, does this thing still hold up today? You know, what was the production like? You know, did you find the writing and the dialogue interesting? You know, that kind of stuff. And then the themes of these shows, like, you know, most of these, particularly the early Star Trek, had kind of a message, you know, that it's coming at you with, some kind of social message. And does that message hold up today? You know, and I don't know. They do a really good job of kind of dissecting these shows. And I mean, they made me actually think a little bit about the Space Hippies episode, for Pete's sakes. I don't know how familiar you are with Star Trek original series, but
yeah,
there's this episode, you know, where there's basically space hippies, and I can hardly stand that episode just because of that. But they, you know, found stuff in it to talk about, and anyway, they do a great job.
What's the name of the podcast?
Mission Log.
Mission Log.
The Roddenberry Star Trek podcast. It's actually endorsed, funded by, and whatever by Roddenberry.com.
Oh, wow.
Gene Roddenberry's son has been on the show a couple times and kind of commissioning this whole thing. So it's worth checking out for sure.
Yeah, I watched a documentary that Gene Roddenberry's son was in not too long ago. But yeah, I assume they're available on iTunes and all the usual places.
Yeah. Just do a search for them. You'll find them. Mission Log.
Cool. And Kevin, anything from you?
I listened to Antic, the Atari 8-bit podcast.
I'm not familiar with that. Sounds kind of... Just kidding.
My go-to podcasts are honestly Intellivisionaries and No Quarter, which is every week they look at a classic arcade game.
Oh,
yeah. They play it. Carrington Benson and Mike McGinnis are the two hosts, and they play a game and they talk about it and they talk about the history of it, and they go on for maybe half an hour talking about a game a week, and they've been doing it for more than a year now. They haven't missed a week, and it's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Yeah, I completely agree. Rick turned me on to that one a while back, and definitely a good show.
Okay.
And speaking of gaming type podcasts, I also wanted to put a little mention out for another podcast that I listen to called the Game Room Junkies. They've been doing it for I think it's probably a couple years now, and it's not strictly video games. They talk about pinball and arcade games, but kind of the whole concept of having a game room in your house, whether it's in your basement or your garage or, you know, some spare room somewhere. But they do a really nice job on the show. Very interesting. Lots of interviews, even some live stuff. Great production. Really enjoy that show.
Yeah, that show's given me some ideas for a room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually, my in terms of podcasts and sci-fi, I'm on the other side of the coin than Rick. I listen to a Star Wars podcast called Star Wars Action News. And along with Star Wars Action News, Arnie and Marjorie also do a Marvel collecting podcast, as well as a movie review podcast. So they're releasing a lot of content for all different sides of geekdom and fandom and stuff like that. And all three are really good podcasts.
Very cool. Yeah, I was always more of a Star Wars guy than a Star Trek guy, but I like them both.
You're both dead to me now.
Awesome.
I agree.
I guess we just dropped a host, Will. Is that cool with you?
No.
Kev, you got some time to be on the Intellivisionaries on a regular basis?
I'm sorry, I'm a Star Trek guy too.
I like them both. I watched all of Next Generation and all the follow-up shows, Enterprise, and it just Star Wars was I don't know, it just had more meaning to me as a kid than Star Trek did, but I like them both. So
I liked it as a kid, got out of it, and then got back into it in a big way when the movies came back into the theaters in the 90s.
yeah. If you put any episode of Star Trek on from any show, I'll watch it. If I just happen to stumble upon it, I'll watch it. So I think that's.
Oh yeah, I mean, I enjoy it. It's not something that I dislike just because I don't prefer it.
Looks like we got 2 shows now. Will and I will carry on with the Intellivisionaries, and Rick will start a Star Trek podcast with Kevin.
Please keep your eyes on me.
It's a podcast.
But that's what I say to my first graders.
All right, so you want to talk some Intellivision news? What news there might be?
Yes, let's discuss the news of Intellivision.
The news for the 1979 platform.
Yes, breaking news.
Exactly.
Keith Robinson announced via email and Twitter that a last case of Intellivision Rocks CDs has been found. As of January 16th, he had 150 left, but as of February 11th, he updated and said he had 80 copies left, so they're flying off the shelves. If you want an Intellivision Rock CD fresh out of the shrink wrap, you probably have a few days left to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that if you want to play Bomb Squad or Dreadnaught Factor and you don't have the carts, that's a way you can check these games out.
Yeah, they're really good values. The Rocks and Live CDs both are, with all the material you get on, it's well worth whatever he's charging. So
They're both good discs.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I have the original release of Intellivision Lives, and then they did a follow-up, and I have Rocks. And, the original plan, there was going to be 3 discs. And Keith was talking to me about that.
So a new video game publisher, new to us, I guess, new to the Intellivision community, announced they're going to be doing Intellivision games. They're a group called Collector Vision Games, and they're advertising Space Raid as an upcoming game coming from them. So that's the Zaxxon clone, or what looks like a Zaxxon clone that we mentioned last month. They also mentioned that this is not like a full-time gig for them, that it's kind of a side venture. I think they're trying to come into this crawl before you walk, before you run kind of a thing.
It's probably smart. I'm going to make $1 million making a Intellivision game.
Exactly.
Right. Everyone says that. If I had a nickel. So the same guy who's doing Space Raid, I believe his name is Oscar, but he goes by, Nano Chess on the Atari Age forums. He's also created a basic compiler for the Intellivision. So it's a work in progress, but it's looking pretty cool. I mean, some people have done some demos, including Dave Akers of Paddle Party fame, just toying around with ways to do some game design using BASIC that's compiled into assembly for the final output. What do you think about that, Rick, being the programming portion of the show?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's also... I don't know I know there's an Atari BASIC as well for the 2600. I don't know what caliber games they're able to pull out of that kind of system. I question whether a compiled BASIC for Intellivision would ever, could you ever do anything like Space Patrol or, these kind of games that really require you to have this code optimized down to the clock tick level to make the hardware do its thing. So you're not going to get that kind of thing. But games where performance isn't the key driver, some kind of puzzly game or something like that, maybe that would be decently possible with something like this. The real hurdle to me anyway, and I've heard this from other people, to programming on the Intellivision isn't so much the assembler as it is understanding the programming model of what you have to poke at the right spots to get the STISC chip to paint this thing, and you really have to know a lot about the internals of the Intellivision chips to make it do anything interesting. And if you can get that in your head, then the assembler isn't that big of a hurdle. That said, this is great. I mean, let's get some more people trying things out, and of course they can. I assume they can in the basic, subset that they're going to be supporting for this, kind of abstract some of that stuff out, so it's easier to draw a background image and it's easier to manipulate sprites and whatever. But I haven't looked at it myself, but that's certainly interesting news. I mean, all compilers compile down to machine code, so. You get a basic compiler that compiles to the machine code for the CP1600, and there you go.
Well, what I found interesting about this, just reading through the thread, and I'm not an assembly programmer, I found it interesting that it's kind of open at the moment, and people are throwing out suggestions of why don't you do this, or put in something to do this kind of a feature this way, and he's kind of like adding it as he goes. So I don't know if it's going to be like kind of a big mix of things that are not conforming to what we would think of as basic to do the various tasks, but It seems like a cool project. And I actually messaged him on Atari to see if he wanted to interview, and I guess English is not his first language. I believe he's from Mexico. So we're going to put together some email questions for him and maybe get a little bit more information on this. And if we don't have it in this episode, we'll have it in probably the following episode.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like I'm negative about it. I mean, it's definitely going to lower the bar and let more people play with programming the Intellivision, so that's a good thing. Absolutely.
More games, the better.
2 new carts have been announced. Yay, more games. Magic Carousel and Space. Both carts are not new programs. They're being made from unreleased ROMs that have been floating out there. So you may have played these games before in your emulator, but now you can own them encased in plastic.
Yes. And of course, Rick, you want to take the copyright discussion, or shall I?
I can't do it again.
Oh, well, I just have to say, seeing as we have somewhat of a relationship with Keith Robinson and Intellivision Productions now, I will say that Magic Carousel was an unreleased Intellivision game that Intellivision Productions owns the rights to. So the people releasing this do not own the rights to do this, but they are doing it. And Space was kind of as you heard in the last episode of Bomb Squad, was kind of a throw-together joke by Keith and, oh gosh, his name slips me, the programmer on it who was on Bomb Squad. Anyway, they did it as kind of a joke to point out some flaws in the IntelliVoice. Whether that one is even, there are rights to it, I don't even know. But
recognizers are in there.
But yeah, they're going to be they're out there. You can find the links in the show notes on Atari Age.
Magic Carousel actually has 28 copies left, and Space is sold out.
Answer the phone. You heard that game? Yeah, I've played that on my color card. It's not very entertaining. But
it'd be nice to have in the collection.
But I'm not 5, so.
If you were 5, it would be completely inappropriate.
Well, Space, yeah, not Magic Carousel. You got to be 4 to play Space. Come on. I'm going to show my kid when we're done with this podcast.
Oh boy!
Hey, Luke,
first
come
I'm
here.
First, I'm going to show you Sharp Shot, and then
this is boring. I only want to play Space.
When you get older.
Alrighty then.
So there was a new homebrew announced for the Atari VCS/2600 system. Why talk about it on a television podcast? Well, it's called Jump VCS, and it is kind of a take on the Infinite Runner style of game. If you've played Cannibalt on iOS and Android, just guy running. You have to jump at appropriate times. It's kind of a timing thing. But again, why put it on a television podcast? The sprite they used for the Running Man looks an awful lot like the Intellivision Running Man. And that's what brought it to my attention. Someone had posted a link to it and said, hey, wait a minute. Who is this guy running along here? Is it one of the players from the sports games?
Can we do a copyright segment on this too?
Who owns the rights to that?
The Running Man. It's actually Television
Man.
Productions trademark, the Running Man. So.
I'm sure they did.
Wow.
So web article was written up on urbanitenews.com about John Doherty, who's the developer of Caves of Croz. And you can find that over at urbanitenews.com. We'll have a link in the show notes. John Doherty's game Old School High is also going to be released cart only from Electronite for $40. The game will be available until the end of March of this year, and you can find that over on the Atari Age forums.
Yeah, have you ever played that one? Anybody played that one?
I haven't played it.
No.
No, I've not
It's a
played
pretty
it, but I did put in an order for it, though.
It's a pretty fun game. I played it. I don't know. I got really into it at one point. On my main cab, I'll admit, it's a 4-directional maze runaround kind of thing, so it works really well on an arcade cab. It is, well, for my gaming skills, it had a ramp up in terms of me getting good enough at it to pass the first floor, and I found the gameplay to be pretty fun. So I'm looking forward to this being on a cart.
And there's talk of overlays being made by someone in the forums as well.
Yeah, someone mentioned that. I don't know if
it's not something you need, really. I mean, Intellivision collectors just seem to be. And I'm somewhat guilty of that. You want to be completist, and every game needs overlays, even if it doesn't need overlays.
I want a manual and overlay in a box.
That's right. In a gatefold box. None of these open in the top things.
Yes, I don't know if William from Electronite. I don't know if he said anything about possibly doing overlays, but I know people, of course, chimed in. Hey, we could do overlays, and so.
Right. Phil Boland's going to do overlays for it.
There you go. Why not? He could do it.
Yeah.
Retrogamer.net did an article titled "The Top 10 Intellivision Games," and there'll be a link to that in the show notes because it's too long to read. Maybe once you guys have gotten a year worth of episodes under your belt, you can rate your top 5 or 10 or something. Their list was this: B-17 Bomber, Donkey Kong Jr., Diner, Lock and Chase, Cubert, Bump and Jump, Dracula, Microsurgeon, Demon Attack, and Horse Racing. And I just need to say that the inclusion of horse racing on this list means these people did not know what they're talking about. And completely destroys the veracity of this list. Just it's what a craptastic game. It does not belong here.
and listeners of the show will find it ironic that Dracula and Microsurgeon are right next to one another.
Yes. Yeah.
I looked at that article and they didn't number them. They just listed them. And so I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, well, horse racing, that was at the end of the list. That can't be number 1, right? That's gotta be number 10.
Best Intellivision game
Maybe
ever.
they were listing the first 10 games they ever played.
Yeah, the only 10 they knew about. Yeah, we could go on and on about this list.
I was just going to say, they do a little write-up about each one of these, why they picked it. And they do talk about horse racing being a fun game for like a party-type game. Lots of people around and everybody grabbing a
I played it. And I mean, I don't know. I remember that you had the button that would do the whip, right? And you did it too many times, and then your horse slows down, and that's it. There's gambling involved.
Your horse dies.
Yeah. Just drops off the screen.
I think the party game for that list should be Snafu.
Yeah, that should have been on here.
I agree. Snafu's a lot of fun.
Horse racing was one of the games that I got, like the first Christmas I got my Intellivision.
You almost sent it back, right?
Well, no, I didn't know any better, and I played a lot of it because I only had 3 other games. It was like Armor Battle, Horse Racing, and Space Battle, and Poker and Blackjack.
Mm-hmm.
We played a lot of poker and blackjack when we first got it.
Yeah. You know why? Because it was so much better than horse racing.
That's right.
Never had.
I don't even think I own horse racing. I'm checking my list.
Turning on the console with no cartridge inserted was better than horse racing. Well, maybe not.
So one last item. I was just hunting around. I was just looking at some stuff on YouTube, and I found a video from the G4 cable channel. They had apparently. I don't watch G4, so I don't know what their normal shows are, but they apparently had a show or a series of spots called Icons. Mm-hmm. And their Icons episode, they did an episode about the Intellivision. Keith is interviewed another guy, I forgot the name. So a couple of Blue Sky Ranger type guys are interviewed as they cut to screenshots of the gameplay, and of course an announcer. And of course, at this point, Intellivision found that blah blah blah. But it's worth a watch. I have no idea how old this video is, but it's something I hadn't seen before. So we'll put a link to it.
It's late '90s, early 2000s. I used to watch G4. They had a lot of gaming shows, and Icons was one of their series on there, and they had a lot of really interesting ones about Atari and television, all the old school stuff.
It's about 20 some minutes. It's if hearing us talk on episode 1 about the history of Intellivision was maybe your first exposure to that, then this would probably be a pretty good thing to check out too, because they kind of go over that history again.
Or just play horse racing.
Or horse racing.
No. That's the best segue ever. We're done with that segment.
Hi there, this is Keith Robinson, president of Intellivision Productions Incorporated, and you're listening to the Intellivisionaries.
I know what you say, and I know what you mean.
The Intellivisionaries interview.
Okay, so today we are talking to Kieren Hawken. He is one of the admins and one of the founders, or head guys, if you will, at Retrogamer, the forums and the website. And we're going to speak to him a little bit about the UK viewpoint with regard to Intellivision and retro gaming. So, hi, Kieren. Welcome to the show.
Hi there, Paul. Good to see you.
So, how long has the Retro Video Gamer website been around?
It's actually been around quite a long time. I think it's actually been around for about 10 years, maybe a bit more, in terms of a basic website having been there. But it's really only sort of been in its current form as people know it now for about 2 years.
And we, as the show, we didn't find out about it until, I guess, shortly after the show. The first show came out. A couple people on Atari Age pointed me to it, and I went there, and I was really impressed by not only the welcome that we received, but all of the content that you have, the reviews, the system reviews, game reviews, all of those things. Seems like you guys have done a really polished job on the site.
Thanks. Yeah. Well, when I sort of I got involved in it, it was actually the guy who runs the site, Zappy. He was looking for help. He sort of had the site there, and he didn't really know what to do with it and didn't have the time to maybe dedicate to it as he wanted to, if you know what I mean. So he was looking to bring sort of people on board who could give him some guidance on maybe where he should go and what he could add, and just give him a bit of a helping hand, really. And I'd been looking to sort of do something like this for years myself, but I don't have the the website coding experience kind of side of things. Mm-hmm. I just sort of have the knowledge of retro, so to speak. So it was a good partnership, really, from day one. And I'd been looking around, I've been involved in the retro community, for a good 10 years or so, probably a bit more myself. And I looked around and noticed that all the sort of really good retro gaming sites that sort of cater, for a wide spectrum of stuff, all seem to be US sites. Mm-hmm. There wasn't really any in the UK. I mean, you had stuff like Atari Age, Digital Press, Hardcore Gamer 101, Video Game Critic. All those sites are all US sites. And there were sites that I liked, going on myself. But I thought, wouldn't it be cool if we could have something like that in the UK to give a different, perspective on things more than anything, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a cool side of it, because I sort of have a little bit of a background in the UK side of things when it comes to some things retro, because in the late 80s, early 90s, I got into the Atari ST. And granted, Atari is an American company, but they did much better in Europe and the UK than they did in the US. They just couldn't compete. Yeah. So the reason I got into it is because you probably know, I do electronic music, and I got into it for MIDI and recording, and I later moved into the Atari Falcon and had a whole production studio set up around that. But yeah, because of that, in California, in the US, there weren't that many places you could buy Atari computers or Atari software. Other than you go to the music stores, you could get it, and there were a handful of independent little small dealers. And so whenever I would go to any of these places, I would always pick up the magazines, and most of the magazines were from the UK. ST Action, ST Format, Atari ST User, and a handful of others. So I'd be reading about all this great activity and how wonderful the Atari was doing in UK, and I'm like, damn, I have to drive 17 miles to find a store, and seems like it's doing pretty well over there. But yeah, and I got all the cover discs, so I'm playing all these games that none of my friends knew what the hell they were, because they're from over there, and none of them had STs. But I found that interesting. It was sort of pre-internet, so the information wasn't as readily available as it is now. So seeing that side of it was quite interesting to me. Of course, now even with the internet, you can find out anything about anything. But it brings to mind since we are talking about the Intellivision here. I don't know if you were. I'm guessing you're a bit younger than I am, but I don't know if you remember the Intellivision when back in its heyday and how small of a market it had in the UK. Do you have any recollections of that?
Yeah, a bit. I mean, I'm 30. I'm nearly 37. I turned 37 quite soon. So my earliest memories, like most people of gaming anyway, was arcades. I suppose like most people over here, we used to when I was a kid, we always went on holiday to holiday camps, which are very popular over here. Any UK people listening will remember Butlins. They had hotels and holiday camps all over the country. And one great thing about Butlins was they always had really good arcades there. Nice. So I can remember, my dad holding me up to play on stand-up driving games and things like that. Do you know what I mean? When I was too to reach the controls, there's sort of some of my earliest memories. So, and I was always I remember even when, not even having any money in my pocket, just standing there and watching arcade games. So I suppose I had an interest in video games as long as I can recall. Do you know what I mean? As long as I can remember. So once I got my own first computer at home, which was like a lot of people in the UK, was a Sinclair Spectrum. That's when I obviously really started to get into gaming in general and find out what else there was out there. I mean, the main reason I got a Spectrum was because a lot of people, everybody I knew had a Spectrum. So you just got the machine that all your friends had.
Sure.
So you could swap games and in the Spectrum's case, copy tapes and, those kind of things. But I remember the first time I ever saw an Intellivision, because there was a magazine over here. They still have a website, but they don't make the magazine anymore, sadly, called Computer and Video Games, or CMVG for short, as we call it. And they used to do, every now and again, they used to do a CMVG console special. And they did about 5 or 6 of these, and they were a big, hefty, I suppose you could call it a bookazine, but they were really, really huge. And they started doing these around, I suppose, the time that consoles started to come into the main, I wouldn't say the mainstream, but started to be noticed by people over here is probably a better way of putting it. Because the UK, as you probably know, was very focused on home computers for a very long time because of the cheap home computers we had, like the Spectrum, the Commodore 64, the Amstrad CPC, BBC Micro. A lot of computers that really only were massively successful in the UK, but when the Master System was released over here, which it was released just before the NES was, and Atari had just re-released the 2600 as obviously the 2600 Junior, and we think we might have just got the 7800 as well, because originally they weren't going to release a 7800 over here. We got the XE game system first instead. Because that could be made into a computer, and Atari thought it was more sensible to release a system that could also be a computer in a computer-dominated market.
Well, just to jump in here for a second, what about the original Atari 800 and 400? Did that have very limited release there, like prior to all this?
But the problem was with the Atari 400 and 800 was they were amazingly expensive over here because the pound to dollar exchange rate was never very good. The pound was always obviously worth more than the dollar. We always ended up paying extortionate amounts for anything when it was transferred from dollars to pounds. You'd quite often find that if something was $199 in America, let's just say, it would be £199 here. So we used to get stung, big time, because there's no way it should have been that price.
Right.
It should have been sort of half the price of that, So the Atari 400 and 800 were always very expensive over here. So they had a small following. When they released the XL series, it started to pick up a little bit more. But to be honest, the big sort of, we had a kind of little rush on the 8-bit over here. I actually wrote about it just recently for Retrogamer. I've actually just written a big article on the Atari 8-bit's 35th anniversary, because that's this year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be in the next Retrogamer magazine, which is out over here about the 6th or 7th, I think, of February. It'll be in the US about a month later. You can get it in Barnes & Noble and places like that over there, I believe.
Yeah, I have seen it.
Yeah, but I've written a big bit about it in there. And in the current issue that's out now, I wrote an article on the XE game systems. There's a little bit more about it in there. But when the Trammels, they'd taken over Atari, when they'd released the ST and stuff, they released the XE range.
Mm-hmm.
And when they released the XE range, they still had a lot of stock of XLs in Europe, and especially in the UK. And so what they did was they heavily discounted all that stock to get rid of it. And there was the big electronic chain over here called Dixon's were huge. They were everywhere. And they were selling the 800 XL for less than £100, which made it the cheapest 8-bit computer on the market at the time.
Nice.
So suddenly a lot of people bought them, and a lot of, we'd say the budget software houses, the people who released like $1.99, $2.99 games, started supporting it. And so there was a sudden little influx of 8-bit owners around. And that would have been about, really around the same time the consoles actually started to come in really over here.
Mm-hmm.
So the Atari 8-bit following is a bit of a funny one. Probably as its fortunes declined in the US, its fortunes rose in Europe.
Right.
UK with the discounting, and they'd got it into Eastern Europe as well. And it did exceptionally well in places like Poland and the Czech Republic, where it was actually the best-selling 8-bit computer.
Which is probably why there's still such an Atari following and new things coming out of Poland on the Atari 8-bit.
Yeah, all the homebrew that's coming out nowadays for the Atari 8-bits, probably 90% of it's probably coming out of Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, so it was, so sort of tracking back, I suppose. So they did this CMVG console guide, and I remember going out, and I'd had the Spectrum for a while, but the one thing that used to frustrate me about the Spectrum was obviously tape loading, sitting there and waiting half an hour for a game to load. And then half the time, you'd wait your half an hour and then it'd crash and you have to start again. It was so frustrating. And I'd started sort of finding out about these consoles, and I thought, wow, a cartridge, you can plug that in and it's instant.
Yeah.
Now, this sounds good to me. Do you know what I mean?
Of course. I
started looking into getting a console. So the first thing was I went and bought one of these CMVG console guides, and it had a breakdown of all the new machines that were coming in, in terms of like the Master System and the NES and the 7800. And then it had the existing consoles that you could buy, and like the Intellivision, the Colecovision, the relaunched obviously 2600. So the older machines as well. I think even the first one they did, I think the Vectrix might have been in it as well. I've got a feeling it was. I've got a feeling they also looked at the Vectrix. And one good thing over here was we had a company who you probably would have heard of, Telegames.
Yeah, of course.
And Telegames UK were a very big arm of the company, and they had actual physical shops over here that you could go in really based around the Midlands in England, but they had a very good mail order presence. You always saw, no matter what magazine you bought, it probably had a big advert for Telegames in it.
Mm-hmm.
They really got themselves out there, and they always promoted themselves as being a place that still supported the old consoles. So, and obviously they bought up a lot of the old Mattel games and repackaged them as Telegames releases.
Right.
And they also had bought the rights for the ColecoVision and had their own version based on a Taiwanese console called the Dina 2-in-1.
All right.
I don't know if you're aware of it. The Dina 2-in-1 was like a Taiwanese version of the ColecoVision.
Yeah, you could actually, a few years ago, you could actually order that from the US version of Telegames.
Yeah, that's it. They called it the Telegames Personal Arcade.
Mm-hmm.
And it was an officially licensed version. And the extra cartridge slot played Sega SG-1000 games because the hardware was so similar. But they were advertising those in good bundles and all of that kind of thing. So they advertised the Coleco, they advertised the Intellivision, that you could buy the Intellivision games from them because they had bought all of Mattel UK stock of Intellivision stuff. So they had all of that. So they used to advertise and all of that. And so in this console guide, I remember seeing the Intellivision, and it showed the original one. I can still remember seeing it, with the wood grain finish like the original 2600 had. And they reviewed quite a lot of the games, and that was the first time I saw it. And I remember the first thing I remember about it was the controllers. Like, a lot of people are thinking, what the hell are those?
Right, exactly.
Seeing a picture of them, and you just think, how do they even work?
Where's the joystick?
Exactly. So that was the kind of first time I remember seeing the Intellivision.
And what year do you think that was? You recall?
That would have been about 1988, around 88, 89, I think.
Wow.
Quite late in the 80s, it would have been. Around 10 years, near enough.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, and around that time, INTV was still quite busy and making the new versions of the sports games and all that over here. But you would still in the I didn't rediscover the Intellivision until like 89 when I got a catalog from INTV, and a buddy of mine would go buy the games at their one and only store, which was maybe 25 minutes away from us. But yeah, I didn't back then. I didn't remember ever hearing about the Intellivision outside of the U.S. really. I mean, in the initial launch of it, I mean, reading back and stuff, I just always heard it was primarily a U.S. console in the beginning.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, round where I lived, we must have had. I mean, we didn't have any game stores in my town. We only had a couple of shops that sold. Had a very small range of what we call budget games. But the nearest sort of big city to me, it didn't take. It was only a really 5-minute drive away. It wasn't very far at all. And there they had about, I think, three game stores there. That had big ranges of games. And then there was another big town in the other direction that they had about another 4 probably game stores there. And so there was loads and loads of really, really cool game stores near where I lived. And a lot of them were independent ones as well, not part of big chains.
Mm-hmm.
And the only really, until the Master System arrived and the NES came in and stuff like that, I mean, you didn't really see the NES anywhere. There was really only one place that stocked it. But the Master System was everywhere. But the only other console you ever saw anywhere was the 2600. And when it came in, the 7800 as well, literally because all the places that stocked the 2600 started stocking 7800 as well. So you saw that everywhere, but I don't recall seeing Intellivision games anywhere, and you certainly never really saw it in the magazines at the time. Because obviously I used to buy a lot of the multi-format magazines, and the only place I first saw it was in this console guide. And I remember them saying something like, obviously I remember them commenting on being aging hardware. And I remember them saying something like, good luck finding the games, or something like that.
Yeah, really. Well, it's interesting because I know that Mattel had worked with a few different development companies in Europe. I know there was one in France. I think it was called Nice Ideas. They did like a second version of the tennis and soccer, or football. But yeah, I didn't, and they were intending to do an international IntelliVoice. Not that you would need one in the UK per se, but yeah, none of that stuff happened. And I'm sure you're well aware. You always hear about the U.S. video game crash, right, of '83 and '84.
Yeah.
The interesting thing about that, it really didn't completely stop all gaming. I mean, it wasn't like some people describe it, because just like you guys, the home computer market had taken off, right? So everybody was getting a Commodore 64 or an Atari or an Apple or whatever, and that was thriving, and games were coming out. And as kids, we'd naturally moved into that anyway, so we weren't really paying attention to what happened to the Intellivision or the Atari. That was old stuff. And I remember seeing discounted things in toy stores and stuff, but it wasn't like some massive thing that happened and we all went, oh my God, no more video games. That's always the impression they give when they talk about that in the US.
But yeah, there's a lot of lazy writing where you read now, and they just like, and it, it's a big gripe of mine when I read a lot of stuff about the video game crash, because obviously over here we knew nothing about it. It was something I didn't even find out till the internet existed, really, and I started hearing about it, and that made me laugh. You saw a lot of these sites talking about it like it was a worldwide thing, and it was like, no, it didn't happen in Japan, it didn't happen here, it didn't happen anywhere in Europe.
That's that arrogant U.S. centric viewpoint.
Yeah, it was purely an American thing. So the market was just completely different over here. It was just a completely different market to the US. It really was. Even the UK to Europe was fairly different. Because in the UK we were, at one point I think there was more computers per household in the UK than anywhere else in the world. So it shows you the boom of the computer market in the UK, how quickly it grew over here, and it just took over. So we had different machines to the US and different demographics. Obviously, you guys had the Intellivision, Coleco, stuff like that earlier on that were doing well, whereas over here it was only ever computers and the 2600. If you had a lot of money.
Right. But when you were seeing these things years later, I imagine the prices were pretty reasonable. 2600 games or Intellivision games if you could find them.
Oh yeah, when I did go to get a console, the thing was there was a recession going on over here at the time, and my dad had got made redundant, and we really wanted one, but he actually said to us, "I haven't really got any money," So in the end, me and my younger brother, we plumped on the 2600 because it was really cheap to buy the console and the games are really cheap. Originally, we actually wanted a Master System, but we just couldn't afford it. And so we got the 2600 because I'd played on a 2600 as well around somebody else's house. So I was aware of the system,
Yeah.
some of the games. So that's what we went for. And you could buy the games for... I think they started at about $6.99 for the new games, up to about $14.99 for the newer releases. Because I can remember actually walking into a shop and buying like Double Dragon when it came out on the 2600, brand new. It had just come out, and Rampage and games like that. Where it had that little renaissance later on, where Activision released a load of sort of new games for it. But there was a really good video game store near me called Southwest Cellar, and it was called that because it was actually in a cellar originally, and it was like a grotto. You wouldn't have even known it was there unless you knew it was there. And you walked down these stairs, and then you walked into this massive cellar under a really old building by a train station, and it was just full of games, and you were like, oh my god, it was like Aladdin's cave, this place. But he would trade in anything, and so you could buy 2600 games from him for about £4 or £5, which was brilliant. So that place was amazing. I bought so many games from him. So yes, they were pretty reasonable at that point.
It makes me wonder, like, when some of this stuff was coming out and more available later on, it was probably had a lot to do with Atari focusing more on Europe, because that was during the early times of the ST and stuff, and they were just losing it in America, so they just started bringing more product over there. And because there was Atari UK where they had their own division, I know, but
exactly, yeah,
because that stuff dried up. Around the time of the Master System and the NES hitting the toy stores here, like Toys R Us is a big store here, you could still see a handful of 2600 games very cheap. And interestingly enough, you would see the INTV games for Intellivision, and you could actually still buy the console, and I'm talking like 89 and 90.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Just because it was the version that INTV was doing. And I don't know if that was localized to Southern California because it was very close to where they were, but I think it was...
Yeah,
it might have been, but I know it was available in a lot of their stores throughout the country. But that was short-lived, then it went away and the NES took off, and we know the rest.
Well, hello everyone, this is Willie.
This is SoCal Mike, and we're with the Colecovisions podcast.
And you're listening to the Intellivisionaries
podcast.
Oh.
Why are you people still listening to this show? If you stop, they will stop. It's win-win for everyone involved.
When you were going into this place and picking up these games, Did you really know that much about the consoles? The Atari and the Intellivision? Or did this place, this seller that you were mentioning, did they have Intellivision stuff, or was it all Atari pretty much?
They actually had a bit of everything. I do sort of have vague memories of seeing other systems in there. And a lot of the stuff I remember seeing and thinking, whoa, what's this? I started seeing stuff I'd never even heard of,
Mm-hmm.
Even some of the more obscure stuff over here. Because, we did have I wouldn't call it a crash, but we had a kind of more sort of thinning down of the market over here. Because the computer market boomed so quickly, every man and his dog was coming out with a 8-bit home computer.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably around 84, 85, it became a kind of, the market just thinned out, and there was only about 5 people left, who were continuing to sort of do well and sell computers. So I in this shop I saw stuff from the earlier 80s that I'd never seen before, but I do remember seeing, I do vaguely remember seeing Intellivision cartridges in there, and the main reason I remember that is because of obviously them being the strange shape of them.
Yeah, they were similar to Commodore 64 in size, weren't they?
Yeah, but it's the way they have the sloped ends.
Yeah.
Which makes them quite noticeable, if you know what I mean. It was that I remember looking at and thinking, what are those, if you know what I mean?
Right.
So I think, I have these sort of on and off vague memories of things to do with the Intellivision, like, say, seeing it in the magazine, seeing it in Software Seller. But I certainly never, ever knew anyone who owned one,
Yeah. Did you guys have the bigger video games magazines that were over here? Electronic Games, Electronic Fun with computers and games?
We had some later on. My first ever management job, because I worked in retail for many years,
Mm-hmm.
and I worked in a newsagent's for about a year, and they actually ended up promoting me, and I became assistant manager and stuff like that. But when I worked there, that newsagent's, even before I started working there, used to get in EGM, Game Pro, and Die Hard Game Fan.
Mm-hmm.
They used to have them imported, and so they were quite easy to find, those 3 magazines. So I had quite a good awareness of the American market through having bought those magazines. So I used to love buying them. A lot of the reason why I actually used to love buying them, though they were quite expensive, was the really cool adverts. They always had really cool adverts and stuff like EGM. And I used to actually like cutting the good adverts up and putting them up on my wall in my bedroom.
Nice. Yeah, and of course the way we spelled color and other things. That's what I always found fun, reading some of the UK magazines for the ST era, some of the colorful wording, and I learned lots of little UK expressions and things. But,
yeah. They always say 2 countries separated by the same language.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
But then I grew up watching a lot of Monty Python and stuff, so I think I have an English sense of humor sensibility, if you will.
Yeah.
So going on to today, what do you see the Intellivision as far as popularity over there as a retro system? I mean, is it fairly large, or is it still like a niche market because it was so small back then?
It's still quite niche, but I think there's a lot more awareness of it now, because it's a funny one. I think with the retro collecting scene over here, it's very, very big retro gaming over here. As you sort of might know, hence the way we've got Retrogamer magazine. If the retro scene wasn't so big here, we couldn't support a magazine like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a market. That's a magazine you can pretty much walk in any shop and go and buy. They even sell it in supermarkets and stuff. It's a real mainstream magazine over here. So there is a really big awareness of retro gaming over here, and the number of events we have. There's literally an event every month here, somewhere in the country. It's that, it's that popular nowadays. So, and I think because we didn't get a lot of what you guys got in the US, especially in terms of consoles. When the retro scene sort of started to spring up, I suppose, in the last 10 years, where it's sort of become quite big, what a lot of people started doing was discovering the machines that they knew nothing about over here. And it's like there's now this quite sort of, I suppose, misconception in a way. Like, you'll hear a lot of people talking about the NES over here like it was part of our everyday life. And I think a part of that is the way sort of American cultures come in. But I think another part of that is because Nintendo obviously have become really big over here, as they did all over the world. But the NES actually sold really badly in the UK. You know, they struggled to compete with even Atari, let alone the Sega Master System, which led the console market here by a country mile. I believe it outsold the NES by something like 4-1 in the UK. That big, you know.
What would you attribute that to, the massive amount of sales versus the NES? Was it the marketing? Was it the...
It's a few things. Yeah, they got to the market first over here. They got in over here before the NES was out. The Master System was out first. Another reason was their marketing was fantastic. And partly the reason why their marketing was fantastic is as their UK partner, actually for the UK and France, I think they had the same partner. And we had a company over here called Mastertronic, who were the biggest producer of budget games in the UK. You know, they're like the $1.99, $2.99 games.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them.
They merged with Virgin Games, who were obviously owned by Richard Branson. You know, Virgin Games were quite a big label, and they merged with them to become Virgin Mastertronic, and Sega got them as their UK partners. So they were pretty much one of the biggest software houses in the UK at the time. But not only that, is that Virgin had an amazing distribution network because of Virgin Megastores and things like that as well.
Sure.
And so straight away, Sega picked the right people for the job. They picked people who knew the UK market, had the distribution network, and were going to help supply games for their machine. So Virgin just went out there and shoved it in everyone's faces. And they did these adverts on TV, and I can still remember, called Sega Pirate TV. And the adverts made out that the Master System was almost like illegal, like it was something you shouldn't have. What's the best way to market anything to a teenager?
Oh, exactly.
They can't have it.
Perfect.
Tell them they shouldn't have it, you know.
Right.
Tell them it's, you know, something that they shouldn't be allowed to have, you know. And it just worked perfectly, you know. Their whole marketing campaign was just absolute genius over here. And I believe obviously it was complete opposite in America. Tonka handled it and they messed it all up.
Yep.
And also they got the pricing right, which was another big thing over here, because they got I can still remember that they had two price tiers. The Sega card games you could buy for £20, and the cartridge games were either £25 or £30. And at that time, Atari ST games were around that same price.
Oh wow!
So they got it in line with what people were already paying for games. So whereas the NES came in and their games were some of them were £40. But later we had NES games that were £60.
Jeez.
You know, and no one was going to buy video games at that price.
Right.
No, it was too much money.
Yeah. That's almost the polar opposite of how it played out here. The NES just dominated. I mean, I didn't really know anybody who had a Master System, honestly.
Yeah.
That changed, of course, when the Mega Drive or Genesis came out. You know, then.
Oh, exactly. Sega just took over then. I mean, over here the Mega Drive was just like, it was just a natural progression. Everyone a lot of people owned a Master System already. So went, yeah, we'll go and get a Mega Drive. It already had the market, so you know they didn't need to be persuaded the second time around.
Right. Right.
I mean, they did very well with the Mega Drive over here. I mean, it outsold the SNES by 2-1. Even the SNES was a success over here, no doubt about it. But it was still outsold by the Mega Drive 2-1 because Sega already had the market over here. You know, and
at that time when the Mega Drive was out and the SNES, would you say that the ST and the Amiga, was that a separate group of people or was that competing with the consoles?
I think they kind of did compete, but certainly from speaking from my own experience, a lot of people I knew by that time owned a computer and a console of some description.
Yeah.
I think there was a lot of people who had both. Obviously the console kind of naturally took over from the computer in the end here, But I think for a good while there was a lot of people who had both.
Yeah, it was kind of similar here. I mean, not that the ST and the Amiga were as big over here either, but yeah, as it progressed into computers, it seems like it was a back and forth. Like a new console would come out, and then that would be everybody would be gaming on that, and then if something else came around, and goes back and forth.
I'll try almost anything. So when Mattel Electronics asked me to compare their Intellivision games with Atari, I gave it a try. I compared Atari baseball with Intellivision and found Intellivision played much more like real baseball. Then I compared Atari football with Intellivision. Again, Intellivision played more like the real game. In my opinion, if you try them both, there's only one conclusion you can come to. Intellivision from Mattel Electronics.
Well, so, going back to sort of what we were talking about before, regards to sort of how the retro market is now, the retro scene is now, especially in the UK. It's like I was saying, people are now looking at the machines they didn't own. And, the NES is sort of seen as a machine that everybody owned, but actually didn't, because nobody really owned one back then, and because it wasn't a huge success. But now lots of people here own an NES, because they want to see all the games that came out in America that they hear everyone shouting about online.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you see any American talking, it's NES, NES, NES. It was the best thing in the entire world. Whereas over here, we looked at the NES and went, nobody owns that. Look at that. It's rubbish. Because another reason, we generally looked on the NES as being quite rubbish over here was because compared to what we were playing, it generally did look rubbish. Because at that point, everyone here had moved on to 16-bit computers, and next to the Atari ST and the Amiga, the NES looked awful.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the Master System was better graphically and could still kind of just about hold its own. And the other thing that the Master System had massively in its favour was loads of really good arcade conversions.
Yeah.
And arcades were very, very big here. So we wanted to play arcade conversions on our home systems. And most of the NES stuff wasn't the same as the arcade. You looked at games like Bionic Commando, Ninja Gaiden, stuff like that. They were completely different to the arcade game. They just had the same name. You know, but we don't want that. We want to play the actual arcade game at home.
Yeah, that's true.
The Master System had that. The ST had that. The Amiga had that. So that was a really big thing. But now everyone's going back and getting these systems because they want to see what they missed out on. So you go to a retro event now and you'll see a lot of import systems and stuff because everybody's collecting those because they want to, like I say, want to see what they missed out on. So, if I went to a retro event now, it's likely that I would see an Intellivision there.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are, I probably know offhand about 4 or 5 people who own one. People who I'm quite good friends with, people I see quite regularly. So that, I suppose, kind of tells you a lot, whereas a kid, I didn't know anyone with one.
Yeah, I'd like to go to some of these UK events because I'm sort of friends with Mike James, UK Mike, which I believe you're friends with him as well.
I know Mike very well. Yeah, I've met him at a few retro events. He's a really good guy.
Yeah, I've hung out with him when he's come to the US. We went to the Portland Retro Gaming Expo in last October, and then Classic Gaming Expo in Vegas in 2012. And yeah, he's talked to me about some of the differences. But as I said, I kind of knew that anyway, reading all those UK magazines. But I think this is just a natural progression of the internet and the explosion of everybody being interested in quote unquote retro games and forums coming up like yours and Atari Age. So everybody kind of sees what they missed out on and wants to try everything. But that's funny that you think that they're kind of people are acting like, oh yeah, we had the NES and we know all this stuff, even though you didn't really get into it as much.
Oh yeah, I mean, to tell you a funny story, I mean, it was on actually it's on Retrogamer forum, and someone was telling a story about how this kind of perceptions come about, and they were saying they were talking to one of their best friends when they came around their house, and it was a friend of theirs who isn't into retro gaming now, but obviously played a lot of games as a kid, and he saw this NES. Hooked up to the television and all of this kind of thing, and said to his friend, "Oh wow, the Nintendo. I remember I had one of those as a kid. I loved all those games on that. It was such an amazing system." And his friend says to him, "You never owned an NES. You owned a Master System." He said, "No, I didn't. I owned an NES." And he said, "You definitely owned a Master System. I've got photos of us playing it."
Jeez.
And this guy, because Nintendo is so in your face now, honestly believed that he all those years back he'd owned an NES when he hadn't.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there was an advert on TV here more recently for kind of this. I think it was actually for the Wii. It probably was, and it was. I think it was when the new Super Mario Brothers came out on the Wii. I think it was, and even on this advert, it was presented by these two really well-known celebrities over here called Ant and Dec, who present loads of TV shows. They do like X Factor with Simon Cowell and stuff like that, you know. And on this advert, they actually say something like, you know, Nintendo are back, and those games you all loved as kids are back again, you know, with new. And they on this advert, they even make it out like everybody owned one.
They're rewriting history as they go.
Yeah, they're totally rewriting history. Yeah, it's actually it gripes me a little bit because you think that's not how it was at all.
They just want to paint that image for the rest of the world to think that Nintendo dominated everywhere. You know, and I had an NES. I guess I probably would have been around 1990 or so that I bought it. And I played a handful of the games on it and ended up selling it. And I got a Genesis and I just carried on with that. I wasn't really into the NES. I played some role-playing games on it, Dragon Warrior and the first Final Fantasy and some sports games. But I just found that the Genesis had more interesting stuff that I wanted to play.
Oh, yeah. I can understand that. I mean, my next door neighbour, funnily enough, had an NES. He was the only person I knew who had one. And the only reason he had one was because him and his family had lived in America for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So they knew the NES. So when they came over here, they went out and bought an NES. And then they were very surprised when I got to know them. When I told them no one here owns an NES, they were like, "What?" Like, what? So you don't know? I said, "You're the only people I know who have one. So good luck in finding people to swap games with, because nobody owns it." They ended up getting rid of it because, like, they didn't have anyone to swap games with, and the games were so expensive that they really couldn't afford to buy them. Yeah, they ended up buying a Mega Drive. You know.
Well, it's funny when I listen to a lot of various podcasts and people talking about retro gaming, and a lot of people seem to think that retro gaming began with the NES, and that's the main focal point of retro gaming, and that started the whole thing, and it's just BS.
Yeah,
It was big here, but as you say, not everywhere else, and there were plenty of things before that. And there were some obscure systems that we had here, like the Bally Astrocade and the Emerson and the Channel F and these little things that I would occasionally see in a store on one little end of a shelf somewhere that nobody would ever do anything with. They had like a demo unit out there and be like, "What the hell is that? Where's the Atari stuff? Where's the Intellivision stuff?"
Yeah.
I don't know if those made their way over to Europe or UK or not, but
yeah, we did. We had the Channel F was marketed by a company called Grandstand over here. And Grandstand used to make a lot of they were really big with the old LCD games, and the tabletops.
Mm-hmm.
They did a lot of those. They were very big marketing them over here. They used to stuff like Astro Warrior and stuff like that. They marketed all of them over here, and they released the Channel F, but it didn't really do much. And we had the Emerson Arcade here in I can't remember who marketed it in the UK. But like different companies made it all over Europe from what I believe. But I don't remember ever seeing one anywhere,
Yeah.
We didn't have the Bally Astrocade. We did have the Vectrix, but I never saw one as a kid. I never saw a Vectrix until I was, until quite recent years, I suppose. First time I saw one was actually in real life, was at a retro event,
Mm-hmm.
And thought it was incredibly cool. But I believe it sort of came and died very quickly over here because one reason being that it was just so expensive.
Yeah, and it didn't really compete in numbers with the Atari and the Intellivision over here. I mean, I would see it in the stores and I would see the commercials for it, but I don't remember anybody who had one. And I have one now, but it's years later that you finally pick these things up. But I mean, the other system over here that was relatively popular was the Odyssey 2, which would be the Philips video pack for you guys.
Finally, these idiots are going to talk about me for a change.
That's it. Yeah.
Now, did that come out in any numbers at the same time it came out over here, or do you recall anything about that?
I remember seeing it in. I remember seeing one in Software Seller, the shop I talked about earlier.
Yeah.
And that's the only time I ever saw one. And I remember thinking how weird it looked because it had the kind of keyboard on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only time I ever saw one. But I know it was very, very big, obviously, in Holland, the Netherlands, because Philips were a Dutch company.
Yeah.
So they're quite easy to come by in Europe generally because it was very successful in the Netherlands. So that I know a couple of people who have them now, but it didn't really do anything. I mean, like I say, really, I mean, the only console that ever sold in the earlier years of gaming was the Atari 2600.
Yeah.
It did do really, really well over here. Probably not as well as it probably did in the US, but that for years was really the only serious console. The others were just sort of very obscure, really.
Right.
Everything else was obscure. The Atari 2600 wasn't.
Yeah, and the Odyssey 2 quietly went away, after the 2600 started dominating. But I didn't have one as a kid. I had a friend whose father had one, and I'd only play it every now and again. And it wasn't until like a couple years ago that I finally picked one up, and realized that there was I guess an enhanced version of the console in Europe that added better graphics and background things that you never saw in the original one.
Yeah, the G7000, I think it is, isn't it?
I think it's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them. I've seen one of those at a show, but yeah, it's strange, when you discover these things years later, and it's like over here that the biggest machine over here by a mile for many, many years was the Sinclair Spectrum,
mm-hmm.
which it did fairly well in a couple of other European countries, most notably Spain. It was very successful in Spain. But it was mainly, a British machine. They built them in Scotland.
Yeah.
So it's very, it couldn't have been a more British machine in that respect. And obviously it was only, years and years and years later, I found out that it did actually come out in the US. But Timex manufactured it and they made loads of alterations to it to try and adapt it for the US market. And in the process of doing it, made it largely incompatible with the British machine, which was just ridiculous because over here we had thousands and thousands and thousands of games for it, and Timex basically killed any market they had for it by messing around with it so much.
Yeah, I can remember that coming out and seeing advertisements for the Timex Sinclair, and kind of like it had little like chiclet keyboard that if I recall correctly, at least one version of it did.
Yeah.
And it was kind of largely ignored for the most part. That from, my group growing up and my friends and everything, I didn't know anybody who even remotely thought about having one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Spectrum, it's a lot of American people I meet are sort of really fascinated by the Spectrum. Number one, because when they see the games, they say, how did you put up with some of those games? Because one of the inherent flaws of the Spectrum was what we call color clash, or to give it its proper name, attribute clash. Its graphics hardware was quite strange in that it could only display two colors in each 8x8 block that made up the screen. So if a third color entered that square, it would change to one of the two colors that were already in it. So if you watch videos of Spectrum games online, on YouTube or something, you'll see it in any games that use color. So what actually used to happen with a lot of games was, especially when the more advanced games started coming out later in its life, they would make them in monochrome to avoid the color clashing, because it was really difficult to make games look good and move in color because of the really weird way its graphics hardware. A lot of Americans are like, how did you, put up with that? Because it just seemed like it really primitive. When you could have something like the Commodore 64 or the Atari 8-bit that had proper graphics displays, didn't do that, But the thing over here was the Spectrum was cheap, really cheap, and it was actually quite a powerful computer. You know, it did have a lot of advantages over the Commodore 64. It had a faster processor. You know, it had high resolution modes. You know, there was a lot of advantages that it did have. You know, but a lot of really big companies that are still around now, and a lot of really famous programmers cut their teeth on the Spectrum. So I think that's the reason why a lot of people are quite fascinated in it, because it really did over here, because of the cost of the computer, its availability, it really did kick off the sort of kind of bedroom coding scene, as we called it over here, where people were knocking out games in their bedrooms, sending them off to publishers and getting them on the shelves of their game shops, you know, and getting royalties for them and stuff. And it was funny because in your last podcast you were talking about I heard you mention Jetpack, because obviously there's the Rocketeer that's coming out for the Intellivision, which is just a clone of Jetpack. And Jetpack was one of the best-selling games early on in the Spectrum's life. And the people who made Jetpack, who at the time were called a company called Ultimate Play the Game, they later changed their name to Rare.
Wow.
And everyone knows who Rare are.
Sure. Yeah, and then what you're talking about, isn't this is all in that documentary that's either out or coming out, the Bedrooms to Billions, or what is it? Is that
Billions? Yeah, it's coming out soon. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, see, I'm fascinated to hear more about that, because you're right. We didn't know really much about that, you know, back then. It just wasn't part of our world, our computer world.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I've seen, you know, a lot of Americans saying, you know, importing Spectrums to find out what the fuss was about, or loading up emulators. I mean, there's a guy on Retro Video Gamer who's hilarious. He goes by the name Bobinator, and we always have a laugh with him because he grew up with DOS PCs. He just doesn't get the Spectrum. You know, he just doesn't get it, full stop. And he always says, I don't see what you guys saw in it. I don't get it. You know, just don't get it.
It was readily available and cheap and fun.
Yeah, that's it. And it had all the games we wanted to play on it.
Yeah.
Everyone was making games for it.
Makes sense. What about you personally these days? What consoles and computers do you still have or collect or have an interest in?
My collection is huge. There's some good photos of it on Retro Video Gamer, but I actually need to do some new ones because there's a few bits and pieces that are missing off it now. Well, it's just the place I'm living in now, I've only been living in for a year, and it's probably only quite recently that I've actually got it now pretty much how I want it, you know, how everything's set up. So I keep saying I'm actually just going to do like a little video tour and stick it on YouTube so people can see it, you know, of my setup. But I mean, I've got all the machines that I grew up with. To have a quick sort of run through of what what I had. I started with a Spectrum, then an Atari 2600. Then I got rid of the Spectrum to get an Atari ST. So I had that. Then I got an Atari Lynx. Then I got a Sega Mega Drive not long after. I had a younger brother as well, so some of this stuff was shared, some of it was mine, you know. The Atari Lynx was my own, but the Mega Drive was shared. He actually had a Game Boy as his own. Then after the Mega Drive, I got an Atari Jaguar, then a Sega Saturn, and then that was it. I didn't actually... After that, I kind of discovered alcohol and women and pubs. Kind of forgot about video games for quite a few years, to be honest.
There you go.
Yeah, and I lived abroad and all sorts. And it was only when I came back from abroad and my mum handed me all these boxes of stuff that she'd had in storage. And in it was stuff like my original 2600. I still had my Lynx, funny enough. I took it abroad with me. And my Jaguar was there, and my Atari ST with discs. And I was like, oh, my God. And then I started looking around online and found out there was this big community of people out there who were collecting retro stuff. And then it was like, you know, I started going, now I want. Like the first machine I picked up was a 7800 because I'd never had one and I'd always wanted one. I actually did know, I had two friends who had one, but they didn't have many games. But the few games I had played, I loved. I thought, well, it plays all the 2600 games as well. So I got one of them. I've since picked up, other machines I've picked up, I've got a TurboGrafx, I've got a Philips CDI, I've got a Mega CD. I've got a Dreamcast. Trying to think what else I've got a Game Gear, Master System. I've got a Nintendo Wii, more modern. My most recent thing I've got is a 3DS, but I've got an Atari XE game system, an Atari 800 XL, and a 130 XE. So I've got a pretty big collection. I've got a PlayStation lying around somewhere, the original one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's impressive. I kind of had similar experiences to you as far as, being into the Atari 8-bit computers, like as I was in high school and into college, and then didn't really have anything for a while. No real consoles or computers until I got the ST and then the Falcon. And at different points, I had a Lynx, I had a 7800, I had a Jag. I ended up not keeping those systems. And you probably heard in I think it was our first episode where I talked about getting a 2600 as a kid and then selling it to buy an Intellivision.
Yeah.
It wasn't until years later, because I went in and out of being interested in this stuff too, and it'd be packed away and put in a garage or storage. And but years later, I ended up picking up another 2600, a couple of them, and you get multi-carts for these things. And I did hang on to my original Colecovision, my original Intellivision stuff, and my original ST stuff and 8-bit stuff. But other consoles came and went. But I still have a special place in the heart for my Atari ST stuff, though. But don't ever think I'll get rid of that. Although I don't currently have it set up. But I had the 520 STE expanded to 4 megs and all the expensive hard drives and external hard drives and all sorts of boxes connected to it. I do miss my Falcon. My Falcon I had accelerated and all sorts of mods done to it, and it eventually just sort of imploded and stopped working. And I tried to fix it, but I wasn't successful. Sold it for parts, and that's when I finally moved into PCs. Yes, I didn't really use DOS or Windows until my Falcon died, and I was forced to.
Yeah, I mean, when I was at college, I did all my college work on an ST because a PC could read ST disks.
Mm-hmm.
So I did all my college work on a word processor, first Word, I think it was, on my ST, and then took it in to college and loaded it up into Word on the PCs at college.
Nice.
Which was just brilliant, And
that probably wasn't that uncommon over there. Here it was a little bit strange to be using an ST. Unless you were a musician. You got a pass if you were a musician. It was okay. But.
Yeah, PC didn't really come into sort of mainstream use here. Certainly not as a games machine until probably 93-ish, around that time. Around really when Doom came out. That's when people started noticing PCs over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was still trying to do web browsing on my Falcon, and one of my old websites, Nurmix.com, I did that on a Falcon, hand editing the HTML. Kind of taught myself HTML on that, actually.
Oh, excellent.
But, yeah, I was the odd man out in California with the Falcon. But I kind of liked that being on the fringe with that stuff, and I had like I said before, I had the affinity for it from reading all those UK magazines.
Yeah.
So that gets me back to Retro Video Gamer website. You mentioned Trek MD, one of your users there. He has loads of Intellivision reviews on there. They're nicely done as well. And I know that you have loads of Atari reviews. Now, do you fancy yourself like the Atari expert of the site?
Kind of am. It's kind of where I've fallen into, because I suppose my big love has always been Atari.
Mm-hmm.
From when I owned, because I've owned most Atari machines. I mean, the 2600 was my first one. But I'd say the machine that really made me, and then I had an ST, but the machine that really made me fall in love with Atari was the Lynx, which is still my favourite machine. I absolutely adore my Lynx. I would never let it go for, that would be the last system I sold if I had to sell my collection. It's it's so close to my heart, the Lynx. I mean, I've got so many happy memories of, sitting in the back of chemistry class at school playing it when I shouldn't have been and stuff like that.
Is that why you didn't end up being a chemist?
I love the Lynx, but when the site came up, I was the only person writing reviews, but Trek quickly came to me quite soon and said, I fancy having a go at this. He'd never done any before, whereas obviously myself, I had writing experience because I'd written for various websites before, fanzines, and I think around that time, I'd just started writing for Retrogamer magazine as well. So So I had a bit more experience. So first of all, he was sending them to me. I was editing them, and then I was putting them up on the site. But then actually, he got full admin rights, and we let him just do it himself and he run away with it, sort of thing, you know. Then he started, pumping them out. But he picked up an Intellivision, and that was one of the first systems I think he really started concentrating on the site. He concentrated very much on the Intellivision and the Vectrix, I think, first of all, which was great because there wasn't really any other sites around that had those systems on. And that's something we were very much trying to do with Retro Video Gamer, was be different. And again, the whole fact that there wasn't a UK site kind of doing that. And a kind of a bit of my inspiration, I will have to say, behind the way we did the reviews part of the site and laying that out was Video Game Critic. I was a big fan of that site and the format of the small reviews. Because I think in this day and age, a lot of people that go online, they get bored very quickly. They haven't got very long attention spans. I think if you do really long reviews, people start reading and go, I can't bother to read all of that.
Right.
And start doing something else. So short, snappy reviews, I found, about 300 words-ish, work really well. And when you've got lots on a page, if people want to, they can just flick down the page and look at the ratings, So, but he came to me and said, I'm going to do Intellivision and Vectrix, and I think 5200 was the other system he did. And I said, yep, go with it. And when he started doing the Intellivision stuff, I started getting quite interested in it. I still haven't picked an actual system up. I wouldn't be surprised if I do at some point. But I went out and bought Intellivision Lives for the DS after reading quite a few of his reviews. And that's now one of probably my most played cartridges that I have on that, on the DS.
That was done pretty well.
Yeah, it's really good. If you want to have a quick go on something, it's just perfect. And it's got some really good games on it. I mean, I'm a massive fan of Thin Ice. I think Thin Ice is just fantastic. I adore that game. And is it the one where you put out fires? Is that Hover Force?
Yeah.
Really like Hover Force as well. That's another one I really like. And I love space shooters of any kind. So like Astro Blast and stuff like that I like as well,
Yeah, there's quite a good variety on the system. And I have that DS collection too. It's just a shame that... because we had Keith Robinson on last time. He's going to become more of a regular part of the show. But he's just talking about how the publisher that they chose for that kind of dropped the ball and wasn't able to get the distribution they wanted. And they're working on kind of tuning it up a little bit and re-releasing it sometime in the not too distant future. But they're also, I don't know if you heard their announcement that they partnered with AT Games, who makes the Atari flashbacks, and they're going to have their version of the Intellivision console, with built-in games, of course. But I know some things about that system that I'm not privy to discuss right now, but let's just say that I think it's going to be better than people are expecting.
See, that's excellent. Something like that would really appeal to me as well.
Yeah.
There's a company called Funstock who release all of their the AT games, as I thought they were called, but it might be AT.
It might be. Your side of the pond or mine?
They sell all of the company called Funstock sell all of their stuff over here, and we've actually got a little thing going with them on RVG that you can get 10% off through their shop as well through RVG. So that's really good. So I picked up the Mega Drive handheld and stuff like that through them. So something like that I think would be great if they did do a Intellivision sort of handheld or a plug and play or something. I think that would be a really good idea. It would get more people into the system, I think.
Yeah, they had those plug and plays in the early 2000s, but if you're a collector of Intellivision, they are not authentic. It was like an NES on a chip emulation. They redid the games. They sold really well for Intellivision productions for people that were casual gamers or maybe kids that hadn't really seen the system. But for a hardcore Intellivision guy, they weren't good enough. But this is the one they're coming out with now is totally redone. Nothing to do with those original plug and plays.
Yeah, properly emulated.
Right.
Hardware, which would be be brilliant.
Yeah, that would be a good way to go. They'd be cheap and probably easy to get over there, and you don't have to buy any cartridges. And if it's a success, I imagine they'll make a version 2, and who knows, maybe they'll put a cartridge port in it.
Yeah, or someone will find a way to hack one in like they always do. But
yeah, like the Flashback 2.
Yeah, I mean that would be good. It's guys obviously like you and stuff getting out awareness of a lot of these systems now. And a lot more people are finding out about things. I mean, like the XE game system article I just wrote for Retrogamer, and people were coming back going, I didn't even know that console existed. Before you wrote that article, but now I'm quite interested in getting one.
Honestly, I did see that sparingly out here, but I kind of never understood the point, because it was essentially an Atari 8-bit computer in a different case, or a 5200 in a different case if you want to get specific. But
really, yeah, it was really to appeal to the console market. That's why they did it.
Yeah,
it didn't work, but the story behind it's very interesting. I mean, Atari, you could see what they were doing, and I wrote about it in the article. They went to retailers and actually said, like, what do you want? And they said, we want a console, but we also want to appeal to mum and dad who want a computer. And Atari went, and went and came up with the XE game system. And apparently then they went back to the retailers, and the retailers all went, that's it. That's exactly what we want. It's a console, but you can turn it into a computer. That's it. That's perfect. And then nobody bought it.
Right.
It's quite hilarious that, Atari, must have been convinced that they had the perfect product,
But I mean, but that's the same crap that failed in 82 and 83 when everybody in television, we're going to have a computer. Atari, we're going to have a computer attachment. And the Atom, I mean, come on.
Yeah. Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, so much for that. That's why that was the Tramiels doing that, though, back then. So
yeah, they made a lot of crazy decisions. So.
Yeah, I remember being quite angry at them being an ST user and seeing them drop the ball. And then I thought the Falcon was the Jaguar was going to be the last great hope, and it's going to, make them a profitable business again. And then they'll start supporting their Falcon, and then, oh, guess what? That tanked too.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the Jag when I had it, but I ended up not keeping it, and I I guess I could pick up another one, but it had its handful of really good titles. It had some crap too, but what system doesn't?
And it's got an unfair reputation really for having bad games, because most people haven't played the later stuff that came out for it, which is actually very good. But because by that time everyone deserted it to go and buy a PlayStation, most people didn't get to play a lot of the later stuff. I take my Jag to a lot of shows, and I put on a lot of the later games. The Jag games are stupidly expensive as well. That doesn't help it now. But, and they play games and they're like, whoa, what's this game? This is really good. I didn't think the Jag had any good games. Well, now you know different.
Right. Yeah, they thought it was all Cybermorph and nothing else.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just some of the rubbish early stuff like Bubsy the Bobcat and Club Drive. Horrific games.
Yeah, it had a lot of capabilities, but just it wasn't given the chance to exploit those.
It was a bit stillborn, really. It was there's a lot of flaws. I mean, I wrote a big article for Retrogamer for the anniversary last year, and I got a lot of good information. A lot of it's actually on Retro Video Gamer if anyone wants to go and have a look. I've interviewed Daryl Still a couple of times on there, and he was the boss of Atari UK, and actually, before he was actually the marketing manager of Atari UK, but for that position, he was actually the ST product manager. So he was largely responsible for the ST success over here.
And I know that name because I read those magazines.
Yeah, Daryl Still was very well known because of the ST, and he talks a lot about the mistakes that Atari made with the Jaguar and how he sort of tried to say you're doing it wrong, but no one would listen. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's really insightful. You do get a real sense of what they could have done, especially over here where the Atari name is still very strong. And whereas with the ST, they dropped the ball by, in a way, favouring Europe, and they were sending all the ST stock over to Europe to fill the demand over here and starving the US market.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard lots of stories about people in the US saying they wanted to get an ST, but they couldn't find one anywhere because there was no stock because it was all going to Europe.
Yep.
And they did the opposite with the Jaguar. They kept all the stock in the US. We were getting none over here, and everyone wanted one over here. There's a hilarious story Daryl Still tells where he was quoted in the press. I mean, he still says to this day that at this particular point, they could have been selling something like the amount of systems they had coming into the country, they could have been selling 20 to 1 by what the demand was.
Wow.
And he says that someone turned up at Atari UK's head office, walked into their reception, and dumped a trash can all over their reception, food rubbish, the lot everywhere, and went basically said, this is because I couldn't get my son what he wanted for Christmas. I'm giving you what he got, or something like that. Because they couldn't find a Jaguar anywhere to buy him. And that's what he
God. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, the amount of mistakes and miscalculations and just general effing up that Atari did was mind-boggling.
It's unreal. I worked in a game store, and I reckon we had a waiting list of people in the store putting their name down. We must have had over 100 people on this list of people waiting for a Jaguar. And I can still remember we were getting our massive Christmas delivery in. And I had to be there at something like 6 a.m. in the morning to unload the lorry. And I unpacked the lorry, and we had 6 Jaguars. And I remember just shaking my head and just going, what are they playing at? And I had my Jaguar at that point, and it just made me so sad. Do you know what I mean? Because I just thought, it's not going to be a success, is it? Because they're messing this up, Yep. I was very aware of it at the time, but yeah, that's another story for another day, as they say.
Yep.
If there's anyone out there, US listeners, who want to know sort of anything, more specifics or are more interested in anything I've spoken about, I'm happy to come back on any time and answer any questions or, give any more insight on anything. 'Cause, I've waffled on a lot, but there's, when you start talking about this stuff, there's so much stuff you can cover, as you know.
Oh yeah, and I'm not strictly Intellivision focused. I mean, granted, we're an Intellivision podcast, but I'm interested in all sorts of retro gaming, as are most of the people that probably listen to this show. Nobody's really just like, I like one system and that's it. I don't want
exactly. You go on Atari Age. It's called Atari Age, but there's plenty of other great stuff about other, the Intellivision, the Coleco, whatever on that site.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, we love retro gaming. That's why we do this.
Exactly. There was one other thing I had in my notes about something that you were involved with, something called Retro Mission Charity Auction. Do you want to talk about that just briefly?
Yeah. I'm involved in the retro events community over here quite heavily. And I help out at quite a few of the events. There's a big one called Revival, it's the biggest retro event in the country over here. At the one, we do a big one and a little one. And last year at the big one, on the Saturday, we had about 3,000 people turn up. Nice. I was doing the admissions in the morning, and the laptop battery ran out halfway through the queue. It was that big to come in the morning. Wow. So that gives you an idea of how popular the retro events are here. And there we did a charity auction, and I went on stage as well and did this big presentation, which was quite scary at the time, because I'd never spoken in front of that many people before, about a book I released last year called Homebrew Heroes, which I don't know if you've seen Homebrew Heroes.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was on as a guest host on the Antic Atari 8-bit podcast, and we talked about that in the news on that show.
Yeah. And that was the first anyone got to see of Homebrew Heroes. Was the graphics designer Grey Fox did an actual video presentation that I could put on a PC on a big screen, and I was up presenting it on a massive big screen on the stage, showing people an early preview of, well, it wasn't really pretty much the finished article actually of what we'd done. So that was really, really good. So I do lots of things like that, shows, getting involved in all of that. But it's been another event I've been involved in for a few years, as well as Revival. Was an event over here called Retrovision, which is kind of a smaller community event that's actually held in a pub. And that you probably get about 50, 60 people at, quite a different style of show. Mm-hmm. I've been kind of involved in that for years, just kind of helping out, running competitions. And at last year's one, I hosted the charity auction with a girl called Amy, who's really, really well known. Because she's always done these charity auctions, but this was the first time I'd hosted it with her, because the actual guy she usually hosted it with couldn't come. So she asked me to fill in. And it went down really well, and we had a really good chemistry. So we said, let's do this again. But we didn't really know where the event was going, and we've been talking about it a lot recently. We decided to completely rename it and sort of relaunch it. because we just felt it needed freshening up, basically, because the pub's just had a complete refit. It's all really posh now. And the Retrovision kind of name was always associated with a forum called Yak Yak and a guy called Marky. And Marky's not involved in it anymore, and nor really is Yak Yak Forum. So we thought, let's get it away from that and sort of make it into a new event. But let's keep what was special about it, which was the charity auction. And so we're bringing it back as a show called, we're going to call it ROM. Everyone has been asking what ROM stands for in the show. So, but we're leaving that up to people's interpretation. You tell us what you think ROM stands for. Reliving old memories, that could be one. Whatever you think it stands for, it's kind of what does retro mean to you in a way, you know? And that's going to be in April, beginning of April. We're going to do it. It's the same venue we've always had it at in Oxford in the UK. And it's going to be, just checking the dates there, April 5th and 6th it is, at the White House in Oxford. You can read all about it. There's a Facebook page. Just look up ROM events on Facebook. And so you can read about it on rom.me.uk is the official website as well. So and we're going to do the charity auction, big charity auction there. So basically it's going to be all people from the retro community just donating stuff that they don't want, games, consoles, machines, whatever. We've had some really cool stuff in the past, like stuff that's been signed by Jeff Minter and stuff like that before.
Nice.
The auction. Yeah, he's always been a supporter of it. And we're going to do that at the event. And we're raising money for a charity called Magic Moments, which is quite close to us because it's actually a charity that helps kids who are autistic. And there's a lot of people in the retro community who can't, well, in the gaming community, I suppose, who are maybe a little bit autistic. It's that kind of hobby in terms of people go into it themselves because, maybe they don't get on with the outside world or whatever, and games are a real big help to those people because they help you learn skills in a way, in terms of interaction with people. Although it's only on a screen, it helps them bring them out of themselves.
Right, makes sense.
So, yeah, so it's a kind of charity that fits what we're doing. And we did it for them last year, and they were really grateful, and they gave us a little trophy and everything for helping them. So we're gonna do it again. So really, really looking forward to that because it's quite nerve-wracking. Because this will be the first event I've done myself in quite a few years. Well, I say myself. There's another person, say Amy, who's sort of helping me, and we've got a little team of people who are involved in the retro community are all going to chip in because that's the great thing about retro shows is there's lots of people who always come and help and chip in.
Sure. Very cool.
So we've got ROM in April. That's anyone wants to come to that. That's great stuff. And we've got Revival. The big event will be in August, and a lot of my collection will be at both those shows as well for people to play on. I'll be taking the majority of my machines to those shows.
Don't know if I'll make it this year, but I would definitely love to check it out. I know that the Retro Gaming Roundup guys have been out there. So
yeah, Mike James was at the last Revival.
Yeah,
we had the little in December.
I'll still go even if he's there.
Yeah. I mean, I always get videos up online and stuff. I mean, if people want to go and look at the videos of the events and stuff that we do over here to get a kind of flavour of what we do, I always do videos and stuff of that at the events. So I've got my YouTube channel is called Laird's Lair because my forum name I use is Laird. So if you want to look my YouTube channel up, you can see a lot of the videos of these events on there, which is quite cool.
Cool. Yeah, we'll put links in the show notes to all this stuff. And by the way, speaking of your username, how did that come about?
I get asked that a lot, actually.
Am I missing some obvious reference?
No, it's quite a personal thing, my name. I'm half Scottish, and Laird is the Scottish name for Lord.
Uh-huh.
It's a Gaelic word for Lord. And basically, my mother's family, which is the Scottish side, our surname is Forsyth, and that's quite a big Scottish clan. And the chief of the clan is the Laird. So the chief of our clan is the Laird of Forsyth. who's basically, he's like my mum. He's one of my mum's cousins technically, but her family is absolutely huge. So I've never met him or anything like that. But I've always been from a very young age. My mum would always tell me about how special our clan were and the history of our clan. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I always said if I got married, I would wear our clan tartan at my wedding and things like that. You know, and we've traced our family tree back to something like 850 AD or something like that.
Wow.
A long time, because Scottish history is very easy to trace, especially if your family's quite important. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Big landowners and stuff like that. I mean, our clan was a sub clan of the Stuarts, who were the royal family of Scotland. So our family came from King James II of Scotland. We're descended from him. So it's very cool, that part of our history. So I've always been very proud of that. And my username, it's a throwback to that. For years, I mean, my avatar was actually our family crest, which is a green griffin with a crown on its head.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's where my username comes from. It's sort of a reference to my family's history, really.
Very deep meaning to that username. I like it. All right. Well, thanks for talking to us today, Kieren. I appreciate that, and interesting to hear all about the UK side of things and the retro gaming scene.
Yeah,
I could talk at length more about like the ST and stuff, but I can't go off on too much of a tangent. My co-host might get mad at me.
I know what you say, and I know what you mean.
And it is called Intellivision. Now, all the Mattel people are saying, for God's sake, Snyder, don't blow this. When you're ready to start the game, you hit a button. Now listen and watch what happens. Can you stand it? Now, let me see. The visitors are batting, right? Okay. Stand by for the pitch. This will be an inside fastball. Now, the fielder will have to... This is where it gets complicated. Let me tell you. The fielder, to see him turn black there, he will have to run over and catch the ball, all right? Now you see the runner starting to run down to first base, and he'll throw it to first base, and listen to what happens. A voice says...
Now, your cable operator and PlayCable introduce Intellivision, the new home video system and revolutionary cable service that can change your family's life. It begins with the Intellivision master component. Sit back and enjoy video sports like football, where you and your opponent have over 180 offensive and defensive plays, running plays, passing plays, field goals, all the strategy of real football action.
Now watch football when they come on. Get on the screen, Joe. Here it is. Okay. Now listen to this. Now I'm going to try just one play on this. Should I go for the bomb? You want the bomb? Okay. And again, this is a two-player game, and I'm just playing it myself in the interest of showing you how it works. Now watch the quarterback. He's in black here, gang, okay? The defensive men are computer controlled. He's going to try and throw a long pass downfield, and if we're lucky, we can score a touchdown on this. Got to be a little lucky here. Snap from center. Quarterback, back to pass. Dick Enberg, eat your heart out. Snaps the ball. Receiver downfield. Come on, get that ball. All right. He's on the 40. Now just run him down for a TD, and you'll hear a fantastic sound effect. And again, if I were playing against anybody else, there would be a lot more defense involved here, and I would not be able to get away with what I'm getting away with here. That's why I like to play by myself. Notice I said by myself. All right. That's Mattel's Intellivision.
The thrust of Intellivision and the thrust of PlayCable is the programs, and that's what's so very important and what we're hoping to demonstrate to everybody tonight. The programs are so realistic and so much fun, and they're good for the whole family.
There's the challenge of horse racing, the thrill of auto racing, and the new sports games coming soon. And for games of real luck, try blackjack, where a shifty-eyed Las Vegas dealer deals you 17, then busts with 26. There's also poker, roulette, and backgammon for beginners or experts. Everyone will also enjoy armor battle, sea battle, and the action of space battle. And the list of Intellivision programs from PlayCable keeps growing. In the coming months, new programs will be rotated in with the continuing favorites. Programs you can enjoy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for one low monthly fee. Start with the Intellivision Master Component and the PlayCable adapter. Both are available now from your cable operator. But this offer is only available to you, the cable subscriber. So call us now and discover the Intellivision home video system from PlayCable. An investment that could change your family's life. Imagine, this is your living room. Something new has been added, something revolutionary, and you're about to enter the world of Intellivision. Intellivision is the world of sports. 60 minutes of blitzes, audibles, fakes, open field running, bone-crushing tackles, whistles and cheers. It's friendly competition between father and son, or mother and daughter. Its sound effects and realism are so true to life, you can actually feel the thrill of victory and the grief of defeat. Intellivision is the world of mind games. Games to relax you. It is you versus your boss. Or your boss versus the computer. And games to get you going. Intellivision is the world of leisure. It's an early morning drive. A day at the races. Or a night on the town. Intellivision is a world of travel. It can take you out to sea. It can take you to the mountains. Or it can take you out of this world. Intellivision is a world for kids. It can teach them how to make quick decisions. Or plan decisions. It can teach them hand-eye coordination. Or mind coordination.
All right, so the Dreadnaught Factor. It's a 1983 release from Activision, and what can you say about this game? It is trying desperately not to be about Star Wars. It's a game where you're flying a small craft that may or may not look a lot like an X-wing. And it goes and fights much larger craft, the first of which may or may not look like a Star Wars Imperial Star Destroyer. The basic gist is that these evil... Okay, I got to get the manual.
You've got it wrong. This is a David and Goliath story. This has nothing to do with Star Wars. This is the little guy fighting for his planet. Fighting to keep his planet alive against a giant destroying ship that's going to decimate the entire population of their planet.
Right, it's pure coincidence.
You're reading way too much into it by thinking it's about Star Wars.
Yeah, the movie just happened to come out.
I never said it was about Star Wars.
Nor did the manual or the box or the ads. Is this a copyright story again? Oh,
no,
my
please
God.
don't. So the book gives you kind of a background story about these dreadnoughts that are coming to attack your planet named Terra, and if they get close enough, they will blow up the planet. So you are coming at them with your little fighters to fight back, and basically the way you fight back is you shoot various things on the dreadnoughts. The giant ships that are coming at you.
Those would be the Zorbon dreadnoughts, by the way.
Thank you. I knew there was some weird name for it.
Yes.
Not the Imperial, but the Zorbon dreadnoughts. And so you're shooting these things that are, the cannons and stuff that are on the giant ship. But the thing you're really out there to do is to drop bombs through these energy vents that are on the ship. If you can destroy all the energy vents, then a pressure will build up when this thing can't ventilate whatever it needs to ventilate, and the ship will be destroyed.
Zorbon gas.
Zorbon gas of some kind.
Duh.
No, it's the strontium fallout from the engines.
There you go. Yeah. You're flying across. You have like a pretty speedy little fighter, and the giant ship is a good bit more lumbering. As a matter of fact, when you're actually fighting it, it's hardly moving at all. But so you attack this thing in waves. You go across the surface of the ship, shooting and dropping bombs, and then as you pass it, then it brings you back to the front of the ship again to fight for another pass. And again, each pass through, you're trying to drop bombs on these energy vents. It's got a little bit of extra strategy elements added to it because there are things on the surface of the ships that you can destroy. In particular, there are towers and bridges and missile silos. In particular, the missile silos are the guns, missile launchers that will send the missile that destroys the planet. So if you can destroy all the missile silos, then the ship will not destroy your planet, even if it makes it all the way to the planet. And there are engines that are part of the strategy. There are engines on the back of the ship as it's moving forward. If you bomb the engines, you are slowing down the dreadnought as it's advancing towards your planet. And that is, of course, an important strategy piece because every pass you make across the dreadnought ship, then it is able to move forward a certain number of, they actually say parsecs in the manual, as it gets closer and closer to the planet. And so it's a game of shoot 'em. It's a shmup, and you're shooting these elements on the ship and bombing it and trying to destroy it. And that is a decent summary, I think.
Yeah, and your fighter is called a Nova Ray Hyper Fighter, for those of you keeping track. And you start off the game with 10 of those. And
Nova Ray Hyperfighter is not a trademark of Lucasfilm.
Correct.
Exactly.
And
is anybody looking at the box art right now, by the way?
I'm looking at the
Some
manual.
of it, yeah.
It's got
I'm sure someone else is looking at the box art somewhere.
It's like a disproportionate kind of X-wing fighter. It's like I was looking at the ship and I'm like, holy cow, that's really close to an X-wing.
How you avoid copyright infringement.
Notice the picture of the back of the box. I don't know if every copy for the different systems had the same thing, but they list like the size and weight of the Zorbon dreadnoughts.
Oh yes, I see that.
Well, what I was going to say, what's interesting, if you play this game on like skill level 1, you probably will only ever see that triangular shaped Delta 1 dreadnought. But you play the higher skill levels, and there's all sorts of different shapes that come after you. But something that I found interesting about the game, several things actually, but this one thing, when you kill one of the dreadnoughts, you get 2 additional hyper fighters on levels 1 through 4. You get 4 additional on levels 5 through 7. But the thing that's kind of weird is that when you kill the dreadnought, the explosion is so big that it actually takes out one of your ships. So
yeah, the ship that's doing that's fighting at the moment gets.
You can't survive that massive explosion. The screen just kind of goes white and boom. It's a very cool sound effect.
When I was a kid and I was showing, I showed my mom this new game I had got or whatever, and I destroyed the ship. She was just like disgusted that that you die when the Dreadnought dies, and she was just like, the idea of a suicide mission. She was just like, what's going? This is terrible.
Wow.
And I was just like, I took it in stride. I'm just like, you want to save a planet, you might need to lose a ship captain or something, but. No, yeah, I don't know if other people were affected by it, but my mom didn't like it.
Wow.
I wouldn't look at it as like a suicide kamikaze, kind of thing. You're doing your part to save the planet, like you said, and
Right. Paul, you mentioned about practice, the level 1. You're only seeing that first ship. That is what caused this game to be kind of a non-game for me for years, because I never bothered to look in the manual. Practice is level 1, and practice is really just getting to control the ship. It never fires back at you.
Right.
So when I pick up an Intellivision card, I hit the numbers or the disc or something like that to get it started, and I always start with 1. Let's try the easiest level, just see if this game's, and I'm playing this game like there's nothing in this game. Like I'm flying along and nothing's shooting at me. I'm kind of like I don't know. This isn't all that fun, frankly. There's not much challenge here. Finally reading the manual, I realized, that wasn't really even a game. That was the practice level.
Yeah, and I wonder if that happened a lot. I mean, because, a lot of kids, I did read the manuals as a kid, but I'm sure a lot of kids didn't. And granted, I didn't have this game as a kid. I got it years later when the Intellivision bug bit again, and I started recollecting things I didn't have. But if you just pop this in and play level 1, you're like, well, this is okay. This is a big ship, and it looks kind of cool graphically, but it's not doing much, so this isn't very difficult. But you miss out on a huge portion of the game if you only play that level.
Yeah, and you only get that one level. After you complete it, it's pretty much a game over. So anyone just doing level 1, they're like, that's it? That's all I get is 1 level?
I think when I was a kid, I probably played level 3, because the manual has a whole guidelines about how many different ships you have to destroy at different levels and things. But I probably played 3 or 4, but when I was replaying it in the last couple of weeks, I noticed in the manual that it said that if you win on levels 4, 5, 6, or 7, then send the company, send Activision a screenshot, and you get a patch. It was just like, so for me, that means, okay, level 4 is just like going to be the challenge. And that as soon as I noticed that, I played a level 4 every time.
Yeah, I actually played it up through just level by level by level to see how far I could get, and level 4 is where I stopped.
Yeah, I got to say also, I got nowhere near earning the patch.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say you have to destroy the entire fleet of the Zorban Dreadnoughts, but they don't specify how many are in the fleet. Did you see that anywhere?
No, it's in the manual.
It says in the manual. Yeah, I think on level 4 there's 5, I think.
Oh, okay.
Correct, yeah. So the practice level and level 2, the lowest actual gaming level, you only have to defeat 1 Dreadnought. Level 3 then is 2 Dreadnoughts. 4 is 5 Dreadnoughts, and that's, I got to the point where I was fighting the 3rd one before
That's where I got
died.
to.
Yeah. Level 5, you have to defeat 10 Dreadnoughts. Yeah. Level 6, you have to defeat 15. And then level 7, which they label as impossible, you have to defeat 100.
Yeah.
I love that the Dreadnoughts, like you mentioned before, come in different shapes. It's not like it's the same thing
great.
every time. There's a donut one, and there's all sorts of different shaped ships you're fighting against. And the layout is always consistent within that ship, the layout of the things you need to destroy. But just having different shaped ships was a nice touch.
Yeah, it definitely kind of reinforces some replay value, right? You're playing it again. You're like, okay, I recognize this shape. I played this one before, and so you kind of know how to attack it. Or the day you're playing it, oh my goodness, I've never seen this shape before. So it kind of that part of it was pretty exciting for me too. It's like, okay, they put more into this than just fight the big thing.
Yeah,
that has me wonder if they added some like rare shapes to it, or just some that were Easter eggs.
Oh, I don't know.
Especially on those last levels where you're battling a lot more of them.
The 100th ship on level 7. It's the guy's initials or something.
The manual gives you shapes for 5 types of dreadnoughts that come through, but it could be Easter eggs, right?
Well, there's one of the other strategies I was going to talk about is you can reduce the firepower of the dreadnought by destroying the bridges, because the bridges coordinate the overall rate of fire of the dreadnought. So
correct,
rather than go after the individual guns, go after the bridges first, and then you'll find it's a little bit easier going.
Yeah, it seems to me like you need to hit the bridges and hit the engines as soon as you can.
Yeah, I went after the engines like my second pass through.
I disagree. Yeah. See, this is really a strategy game. You said it was a shoot 'em up, and it is, but it's not. It's a game of resource management and strategy. And like, what's the best way to deal with the ship? Well, I took it a different way. There's the ones with I don't know what they're called. They're the components that you can bomb that have blinkies. They blink, and if you destroy all those, then even if the ship makes it to your planet Terra, it won't be destroyed. So I don't care.
The missile silos.
My philosophy was I didn't care about engines. If it touches my planet, I don't care. As long as I've destroyed those little blinky bits, you can't do me any harm. So I always went for the blinky things and the bridges, so it would shoot less at me. And
yeah, that's true. It does come down to how you want to attack it strategically. And one pointer in the manual, just you figure it out pretty quickly playing, but your laser bolts will destroy any targets that are blue or yellow, and your strontium bombs will destroy any targets that are black or red. So if you're not sure about a particular target, I mean, you find out by doing it, and boom, you know. But yeah, that's an interesting thing. I don't recall doing that in a game where I just destroy the silos and just see what happens. But I know if you run out of Hyper Fighters, even if you've destroyed all the silos, you still lose. But what happens? The ship just goes to the Stargate and just sits there?
Parks at the Stargate and
this
blocks
sucks.
your view.
We got nothing. I wanted to mention Keith Robinson told me about this, but it's also on the Intellivision Lives website. One of the programmers at Mattel Electronics, Bill Fisher, he really loved this game, but he didn't like having to go through the easier levels to get to the hard parts. So he hacked it so that cut out that beginning part and he could just get right to the hard stuff. And it went by a couple different names. The Dreadful Factor and or the Dreadnaught Factor. And I guess that ROM probably exists somewhere. Not that I really need to go immediately to the more difficult levels, but if anyone wants to, maybe if anyone knows about that ROM or has it, let us know. That would be cool to check out.
Yeah, they mentioned in the manual some things that you know, beyond just like pick a harder level, like 4 or 5 or 6 or something. They mentioned that long-range swarm trackers begin on the second Dreadnought. Large cannons start firing on the third Dreadnought. There's these other ones that happen at the 10th Dreadnought. So there's definitely different types of armaments that come into play as you move forward in the game. So maybe that's what he was trying to jump ahead to.
Yeah. And when you mentioned, Rick, the level 1 practice, I remember when I first got this game, which would have been, I'm guessing late 90s when I finally picked it up and didn't know about it back then because I transitioned into my Atari 800XL by 83. But yeah, I remember playing it on level 1, and then like the first time you put it on another level, you see all this other stuff coming at you and all these different shapes, and you're, wow, I didn't know this was even in the game. So it's easy to see how you could miss that. Speaking of that patch that you brought up, Kevin, we will have a link in the show notes because INTV Funhouse, one of those websites we talk about quite a bit for reviews and stuff, he has a picture of the patch that he actually obtained himself as a kid. So never got that one.
So I want to talk a little bit about controls. So your ship, as you're flying, is constantly moving from left to right as you move across the ship, and you can't backtrack, which frustrated me to death. I just had a hard time getting the ship to go exactly where I wanted to. And also the controls, your ship has a lot of drift, a lot of inertia as you're flying along. And that makes it, for me, made it pretty tough. I found that I had a really hard time positioning my fighter over the thing I was trying to bomb, for instance, and getting frustrated and having to go back on another pass. And that's probably just, I'm not necessarily calling that a criticism of the game. I think that's probably the way they wanted it to feel, that it's just a harder game than something where you'd had like a more one-to-one kind of control of.
And your ship definitely doesn't stop on a dime. Doesn't stop at all.
Right.
I was finding it was moving slow enough at the slowest setting that I was able to at least get out 2 of the engines on a pass. Let's bomb one, jump right up to the next one, and get the other one at the slowest speed.
Yeah, and on some of the higher levels, well, I primarily played on level 4, but yeah, those guns will come right after you right away. And if you get in this pattern of maybe you move up a little bit and then you start to move down, it's almost like the gun knows, okay, he's going to move down now because he just moved up, and you're nailed. So did you find that you would sweep really wide across, or would you attack one side at a time kind of thing? I tried a little bit of both, but I seemed to I'd concentrate on like the top half first and take out the ventilation things and maybe the silos on one side, and then come back and do the other part.
I tried both strategies to it. I didn't really find anything worked particularly better than the other one.
When I would do the strafing back and up and down on the screen, but going back and forth across the thing, again, I had such a hard time getting the ship where I wanted it to be. I didn't think that dive bomb. They mentioned in the manual about moving vertically fast across the Dreadnought to make yourself a hard target. I can't control the ship.
No, that's terrible advice. I think I found I really quickly reverted to the style of play that I did as a kid, which was I would move really slow and take the top half of the ship in one pass and try to take the bottom half another pass, always keeping my thumb pressed to the left plus up and down. So I always make sure I'm going as slow as possible. Because if you press forward even a little bit, all of a sudden you're going full speed.
Right. One thing I found in this game, and it's different on different Intellivision games, but typically I cradle the controller in my left hand, and my left index and middle finger will push the buttons on the right side of the controller, and my right thumb will do the disc. Mm-hmm. In this game, I find I do it better when I use my right thumb on the disc and my left thumb on the left upper action button. I don't know why. It just seems like I can get more shots off that way for this game, but other games I can't do it that way. So did you have a preference on the controller? Because I know either top button will work on either side.
Right. But I think I hold the controller in my left hand, use my left thumb for shooting and bombing, and use my right thumb for the disc.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my hold as well.
That's pretty much what I do, and I'm left-handed too, so.
But you never use your left index finger on the right upper button to shoot?
I probably did. I can't remember using any of the right buttons.
This is one of those games where you're shooting so much that your fingers start to hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to switch off. That's the advantage of the Intellivision controller, Rick. You really should try it sometime instead of that arcade joystick.
Well, since you're going to chastise me about it, I will say that I did play this a little bit tonight on my main cab, and it plays great on an arcade cab.
I got to try that.
It probably doesn't. You're probably losing some of the I don't have a. Let me backtrack. The joystick I'm using at this point is an 8-way stick, so I'm probably not getting quite the sensitivity you're going to get out of the 16 because I'm not using an analog stick. But I mean, pounding arcade buttons for the bombing and the firing was really pleasurable.
It sounds satisfying.
Yes, it does. And I mean, it really feels like an arcade game. This is a really well done game on the Intellivision in terms of action, and it doesn't feel sluggish like some games on the platform do.
Well, speaking of the platform, this game also was released a little bit later, I believe, for the Atari 8-bit computers and the 5200. And I've not played that version, but I've seen it on YouTube, and it actually scrolls vertically instead of horizontally.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I saw that.
Have any of you guys played the Atari versions?
No.
I'm sure I played the Atari version back in the day. I haven't played it recently, but yeah, I did recall that it scrolled the other way, which I think just is a matter of hardware-wise, it's just easier for the Atari to smooth scroll vertically.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And that was another thing. This game scrolls very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember just really being impressed when the first time you see this game, how smooth it is, and like just the kind of the size of the Dreadnought and all the stuff that's on it. It was well done. I mean, especially considering 1983, right? I mean, this was really kind of pushing the envelope, I think.
Yeah, not a lot of Intellivision games had really nice smooth scrolling, and they did it. They proved it could be done with this game, I think.
Well, from what I understand, and we will hear from Tom Loughry soon, he was kind of the guru of Intellivision game programming. One of the original guys at APH, where Mattel got their games made before they did in-house stuff. And he also did Worm Womper from Activision. And I don't know if you've played that, but you're kind of a farmer and you're shooting all these pests that are coming on to eat your corn. And the way that character moves, it is so fast. It feels more like a 2600 game. Just the speed and the number of moving objects and everything like that. So this guy knows his stuff. So I don't remember seeing any games that were kind of like this at all.
Interestingly enough, though, the farmer has inertia too. just like the ship in this game.
Yeah, you're right. It's almost
You
like
say
you're...
it's the same programmer, and that makes me feel like, okay, yeah.
So he just replaced the X-Wing knockoff with a farmer.
There you go.
Farm boy Luke.
Yes?
Yes?
Pitfall and Stampede by Activision?
Sure.
For Intellivision. No.
Activision doesn't make video games for
Do
Intellivision.
too. Pitfall, that challenging jungle adventure game that dares you to find the treasure, and Stampede, that rope them doggies Roundup game.
Negative.
Pitfall and Stampede by Activision for...
Activision. We put you in the game.
Intellivision game programmer interview.
So today we're talking to Tom Loughry. He was the designer, programmer of Dreadnaught Factor, as well as additional games, Worm Womper, also an Activision title, the Advanced Dungeons & Dragons games, Cloudy Mountain, Treasure of Tarman, Sub Hunt and Boxing, Mattel games. Started out at APH and then went on to Cheshire Engineering, which was contracted by Activision to do the Activision games. Welcome to the show, Tom.
Okay, thank you.
So how did that work exactly? Was Activision like, hey, we're seeing the Magic's making games, Mattel's making games, we want to branch out, but we don't have our own in-house guys. So how did they get in touch with Cheshire? Do you recall?
Actually, it was the other way around.
Oh.
When we formed Cheshire Engineering, it was most of the senior staff of APH. We all left at the same time. And we formed APH, or we formed Cheshire Engineering, and then went and began dialoguing with a number of other companies. In fact, Shal Farley, who was president, and myself went to the East Coast to talk to Coleco. There was a meeting with Atari that I was not involved in. We went and visited a Magic and Activision. And am I missing anybody? We talked to everybody and talked about what we wanted to do and found out what their interest levels were. Because what we represented was really a lot of the core programmers from the early Intellivision days, both hardware and software. We liked their approach best, as well as the deal they were offering best.
Okay. But then for the releases, they were just branded Activision. There wasn't any mention of Cheshire back then.
Correct, and that's fine.
And I remember they had little write-ups of the programmer in the end of the manual.
Realistically, they treated us as if we were their own programmers. They were very, very good to us.
But you did all the work in Pasadena and the Cheshire offices?
Correct.
So just briefly, how did going back to APH, how did that start for you? And how did that, like Mattel went looking for someone to make a video game because they saw that the Atari was taken off. And APH, you guys were a company that was doing kind of like embedded software for various things, that sort of thing?
Well, APH, as I understand it, I wasn't there at the time, did a lot of the early handheld games for Mattel.
Oh, right.
And actually, pretty much from what I understand, although I wasn't there, the claim is that they invented them.
Mm-hmm.
And they were doing Intellivision games by the time I came. So I don't know the genesis of their involvement with the Intellivision. You'd best ask Dave Rolfe for that, because he has a broader history on that part.
Yeah, we're actually going to be talking to him next episode about the exec and baseball. So, by the way, he speaks extremely highly of you and your abilities on the Intellivision especially.
Well, I speak very highly of him. Brilliant programmer. And one of the things that he has a knack for is taking a game and making it fun. And that's not easy. You can do a lot of programming, but actually making it a fun game, he is very skilled at that. At any rate, so a lot of the early Intellivision games were done as summer projects by students at Caltech. And I had a friend who was working on a project, the old exercise, the Jack LaLanne exercise cassette for the add-on.
Right.
And he was getting behind on his schedule because it turned out it was an absolutely enormous project. And so he needed some help, and he asked me to help him. So I came on board at that time to help him. And I helped him with that and just started getting involved with APH. And one thing led to another. It turns out that the first 3 products I did had been started by somebody else. I was a finisher. Glenn called me a fireman because I knew how to get stuff done, and I had game design skills so that when people ran into problems, I was consulted a lot. So the first thing that I did was boxing. Now, that had been started by somebody else, I think as a summer project, but I'm not sure. And he had the ring up, and there was no game. So I picked it up and finished it. And then Sub Hunt was being done, this was like a year later or something, and John Hirschberger is the one who started Sub Hunt, and he was working with me. I'd been doing the design, and we ran into some problems, and he had to go back to school. So I picked the game up and added some things to it, changed a lot of things around, and finished the game.
I got to mention, Sub Hunt was one of my favorites back in the day.
Was it?
Yeah.
It was an attempt to do a first person, and so the calculations, as you can imagine, on the slow Intellivision were pretty dicey.
Yeah.
John Hirschberger, he's now Dr. John Hirschberger. I think he has a PhD in math. He did the math for that game, and did an excellent job considering that the Intellivision has no divide. You have to do everything manually with adds and subtracts and shifts. So it's a real pain in the neck, and you can only do calculations like that for a few objects. So it's kind of sparse. However, if you're looking the right way, you can see the depth charges falling and blowing up.
Yeah, I remember that feature, and I know a few Intellivision games incorporated the shaking screen effect, like Star Strike and such.
Yeah.
But
in fact, I use that in the signature. Most of my games have a signature in them, if you know how to start it up. And in that case, I take the title screen and I shake it and drop all the letters off of it. It's kind of amusing. At any rate, John had to go, and the game wasn't close to being done, so I finished it up. He did an excellent job, though. And then the third one, which was the third game I did, was the original AD&D Cloudy Mountain. That was started by Chris Holley, who also did horse racing, I believe. And he was having some trouble with it, so Tommy Soloniel was put on board to help him out, and they actually came up with something that was pretty cool. They had this dungeon that you could wander around in, with lights that came on and things like that, but that's all they had. And they didn't know how to make it into a game, or didn't have time, or something. At any rate, I was brought in. Originally, I was brought in, I did some graphics for the POW version. Do you remember that? They had it on TV shows. Kids would call in and say POW, and it'd shoot an arrow and try to kill one of them.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But I started getting involved in it with that. But Mattel needed it, and so it was turned over to me, and I added the top-level map and the audio and the visual clues and the bat to get in the way of the audio clues and the little blob to scare you half to death when you couldn't hurt it, and it just ate your arrows, and all of the ladders in the top level where you're trying to actually get somewhere.
Right.
And finish that off. The other three were ones that I did start to finish.
Yeah, I was curious about the Cloudy Mountain. I remember as a kid seeing the early mocked-up screenshots for it, and it looked quite a bit different. Was any of that actual, like a beta version, or was that just an artist rendering of what possibly could be?
If you've ever worked in the industry, you have marketing people especially clamoring for screenshots long before the game is even close to being finished.
Right.
So you take what you have, you add some things to it, mock it up, whatever you have to do to give them something so that you can get back to work.
Right.
So I don't even know what was shown as a screenshot. All I know is it was handed to me, and I radically revised everything and got it done. And that was actually fun. That was a fun project.
But that game was I don't know the numbers, but I imagine that was a really big seller.
It sold over 1 million. I know that. I don't know what the numbers are either. I wish I'd gotten royalties on it. That would have been nice.
Oh, sure. None of that was going on back then at APH, huh?
No, we were just beginning to realize what we had, and it was all engineering time.
I imagine that was one of the things that led to Cheshire, huh?
Indirectly, yes. How familiar are you with all of the people who are involved with APH?
Not that familiar. I mean, Rick Levine told me a little bit about, he was commuting up there when he was learning to do the Intellivision programming after he started doing the handhelds at Mattel.
Was Rick one of the guys who was working on bowling along with...
Yeah, Rick was working on bowling with Mike Minkoff. I
But there was
believe.
another fellow who then promptly went and formed a Magic.
Brian Doherty, I believe.
Yeah, Brian Doherty. Remember Brian. And then John Full came up, was working on Astra Smash for a while. Yeah, I was there. One of the trainers. I'm only going to touch very briefly on this because it was a mess. APH became a bit unstable. And it turned out that there were two owners of the company, not one. Though I didn't know it at the time. The other co-founder was John Denker. And he and Glenn was the other owner. They weren't seeing eye to eye, and there was some weird things that were going on. Anyway, it kind of became unstable. And I did manage to work out a compromise between the two of them, but it didn't seem to really stop the instability. So virtually almost the entire senior staff left at the same time.
Ouch.
So we all left. And there were some games there that I left that I would have loved to have finished. And Will McCowan was one of the hardware guys. He was working on, I think somebody was asking about what they called the Intellivision 3, the next generation of Intellivision. He was a silicon designer. He had that kind of training. So he was busy designing the silicon for the Intellivision 3. And we talked a lot because he wanted to know what features would be useful for designing games and what ones could be traded off. Because whenever you're designing something, it's always trade-offs.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain features that the Intellivision had that were almost never used. And so there's really no point in keeping them. And there were other features that were really important. Anyway, that all also kind of got left behind. So it really hurt that. Anyway, next question. That's how I got involved in APH, and we left really all at once because things pretty much got unstable.
Understandable. I've heard a couple of things from Keith Robinson about it, but not a whole lot of details. But that's okay. I mean, that makes sense how you describe it. Just curious, since you mentioned things you were working on there that you didn't get to finish, do you recall any of the projects, or would you like to comment on any of them?
Well, there were several that I was working on. I was very busy at the time because for the last 2 years that I was at APH, Glenn had pretty much put me in a position where I was supposed to get involved in all the design work on all the games. Including when we did our presentations to Mattel, I would do the initial graphics and design work and do the presentation along with Glenn to Mattel, whether they're Richard Chang or Gabriel Blum.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was really, really busy. I had several people that I was supervising several games that were underway. But the one that I really missed finishing the most was the next AD&D. And what I'd come up with was I'd figured out a way of generating an arbitrary-sized random island with a beach and grasslands and trees and bushes and everything else, even rocks, all generated from a random seed. So a person was hired on. I don't remember her name. She was a good programmer. She managed to implement what I had designed in 1.5K, which, if you know anything, is a tremendously small amount of space.
Right.
Meanwhile, I was designing the interior, what would have been, now we would call them dungeons, I just call them caves, because on each island there were going to be objects that you had to find in your quest, because I like looking for things and finding them. And then there would be an entrance to a cave system or some other form of thing. And I had the room-by-room cave system worked out, complete with some really cool special effects. Like I was actually using the background priority feature in the Intellivision to make clouds and mist and things that would partly obscure your vision, including of the whatever monsters happened to be in there.
Oh, wow.
So it was really cool, and you could go room to room. I had teleport discs so you could travel around the maze. And I had, at that point, I think I was trying to have you be able to hold an object in each hand. So you had two hands, and like with Treasure of the Time, and you had sort of a backpack, you could carry a limited number of items.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had all of that working. I was just getting ready to marry that part with the island maps, and then was going to finish it off. It actually would have been, this was 1982. I would have been way ahead on the curve of getting up Zealot-style games.
Oh, sure.
It was pretty impressive. It would have been an 8K game, but I had to leave it behind.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it almost sounds like the Ultima games on the computers back then.
I don't know. One of the things that people often think is that you borrow ideas from other people, and to some extent that does occur. But a lot of times it's just you write the kind of game, at least back then, that you wanted to play. And the fact is that everybody was doing that, and so you ended up with a lot of similar games. And it's not the fact that people were borrowing from each other, as much as we all had something we wanted to do. And that was kind of the golden age. We were pretty much free to do what we wanted to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were kind of inventing it as you created it.
Pretty much. There were no real guideposts. Nobody in the industry, in the business world, really knew either what we were doing or how we did it or how it all worked.
They just wanted pretty screenshots and high sales numbers.
They wanted high sales numbers. and that's understandable. Well, we wanted to do the kinds of games that we wanted to play.
Right. I mean, oh God, I would love to have played a game like that. I mean, I got into the Ultima games, a couple years later, 83 or 84 on the Atari 800. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that sounds amazing. What were you going to call it? Did you have a name, or was it going to be a tie-in with that license?
It would have been under the AD&D license.
Okay.
I know we're supposed to be talking about Dreadnaught Factor.
That's okay.
Like you said, one thing tends to lead to another. Treasure of the Tarman was an experiment, and Mattel, I don't think, knew anything about it until I was almost done with it.
Oh, wow.
That's how free we were to do things. I don't think I was even really supposed to be doing it necessarily, but it was cool. I'd seen a game on a mainframe, and I wanted to see what I could do of a similar ilk on the Intellivision.
Getting onto Dreadnaught Factor a little bit, how did you come up with that idea, and can you maybe talk a little bit about the ways that you were able to exploit the hardware, the Intellivision hardware, to do things that, like the really smooth scrolling and just the large scale of the whole thing, all the objects? Just touch a little bit about how you came up with that.
This is a very large question with a lot of sub-questions.
True. Well, speak freely.
Very well. When we formed Cheshire Engineering, my first task was to come up with a whole bunch of game designs. So I actually roughed out about 24 game designs. Just initial, preliminary, then worked on the best 6, refining and developing them. And then Dave wanted to do one, and I wanted to do one, and we decided that he would do Beam Rider, and I would do Dreadnaught Factor. I really wanted to do Dreadnaught Factor, so I don't think he had a lot of choice. So he did Beam Rider, and I did Dreadnaught Factor, and it really boils down to the kind of game that a lot of us wanted to do. We wanted to be in a little spaceship and go up against some massive something or another, David versus Goliath, and through wit and cunning and skill, be able to blast the thing to smithereens.
Right.
I think Star Wars kind of touched on that a lot and used some of the same themes. It isn't that I borrowed from Star Wars, it's just that we all wanted to do the same thing.
Right.
So I designed Dreadnaught Factor and had a large number of different ships. And you could create, I'd already seen that either with a random seed or through fixed, you could create very enormous objects on the Intellivision and scroll around on them. So I knew that could be done. Now, we could not use any of the old information. We couldn't use the exec, even though Dave Rolfe wrote it. But we knew the hardware inside and out, and we looked through the reverse engineering information we were giving, and it was complete. So we were able to do a lot. By that time, all of us who were doing games had done several already. So really, when you talk about it, if you're going to do a game on a system, there's a learning curve. You've got to expect that your first game is not going to be all that great until you learn the system and learn the hardware. Fortunately, with the Intellivision, the development times were small enough that you could do several before the hardware changed on you.
Yeah.
It's a little more difficult now because the hardware is changing all the time. Now, you asked about speed, smoothness.
Right.
And there are two really important factors that feed into smoothness. The exec, when you use the exec for Mattel, it had a cycle time of 3, 4, 5, or 6 ticks. That is 3, 4, 5, or 6 60ths of a second per cycle time. And so you ended up with a 20 hertz or 15 hertz or a 12 hertz or 10 hertz refresh rate. And it was used to allow difficulty levels simply by slowing the game down.
Mm-hmm.
But what we found is if you're trying to do a fast shooter, it's too slow. In order to do a really fast, smooth shooter where you can develop a great deal of skill, and that's what people were doing. We originally were told, that your reflex rate, your response time is about 1/10 of a second. And I say hogwash. The people who were doing these, who were playing the games, including myself, developed so much anticipation skills that their rate of response was very, very fast. So since we didn't have to use the exact and couldn't use the exact, we pretty much wrote our own.
Just before you continue on just for like the listeners and stuff, the exec was basically a bunch of pre-written routines in the Intellivision that you could tap into, but you guys were not able to tap into them for legal reasons?
Correct.
Didn't want Mattel to sue you?
Correct. And so we had to use just the reverse engineering that we were given.
Mm-hmm. That was true of like a Magic too, and
yeah.
Anyone else who developed games, third-party
games.
But
most of us, by the time we were there, we were ready to write our own exec anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Even before I had left APH, I was actually doing a little game that was playing with a little game that was sort of like Asteroids and doing it in a 60th of a second cycle time.
Wow.
Which is the same speed as you get on the arcades.
Mm-hmm.
The limitation on the Intellivision is it's not really very fast and your hardware isn't all that wonderful. So it's not an easy thing to do. You have to do some give and take. For Dreadnaught Factor, I was actually very pleased technically with it because I was able to do bidirectional scrolling and still keep it at a 30 hertz frame rate. Essentially, one of the ticks was for dealing with the scrolling, and the other was dealing with all the gameplay, moving objects, doing all the AI, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it was pretty complicated, really, and so I had to really work hard to get that down to a 30th of a second rate. So that's one of the factors. The other is, in terms of how responsive a game feels, you want to read your controls very quickly. The typical thing for a key debouncing routine is you read it, and then the next cycle you read it again, if it's stable, you use it. And whereas that is really important to do if you're pressing buttons on a microwave, for a game, you can't do that. So I started debouncing the keypad and all the rest right before I was using it, and doing it twice in a row so that I could get immediate response, or as immediate as I could get, to the keypad. And so I could get it to feel very responsive, and with the 30 hertz cycle time, it was blazing compared to anything else that was out there.
Yeah, and that's a similar technique when you where you're the character you control in Wormwomper.
Wormwomper was a 60 hertz rate.
Oh, I doubled it, huh?
It doubled it because I didn't have background to scroll. See, scrolling the background is a very slow procedure. You have to rewrite the entire screen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's based on a card or a tile system, and you have all these pointers to these tiles, and you have to rewrite the entire array. And it's just a lot of moving stuff around. So I didn't have that in Wormwomper. So I was able to do it in a 60th of a second.
Yeah, that was one of those games that people couldn't. I remember reading about it and just like, how is this so fast? This looks like a 2600 game. I've never seen an Intellivision game have something move that quickly and smoothly.
Correct, and that's because most of the Atari games were at 60 hertz.
Yeah.
And I think we were a little slow in the Intellivision world to catch on that was a good thing. It also was, the hardware is so different. The 2600, you spend most of your time actually drawing the screen.
Mm-hmm.
The Intellivision has some additional hardware. It has a graphics processor, and that allows you to some extent to not worry about it, but on the other hand, it's a little bit slow to get to the graphics and change them. There were a number of tricks that I used in Dreadnaught Factor to expedite things, such as rather than rewriting the screen to do animations, rewriting the tile pointers,
mm-hmm.
I simply went and modified the tile image in graphics RAM. And that was quicker, turns out, than trying to look through the screen and find everything. You just simply modify the image it's all pointing to.
Uh-huh.
So they all sequence at the same time, and you touch a few pixels here and there, and you're done.
Nice.
So there were a lot of things that I had to do, but I knew the hardware inside and out.
Yeah, by that time you'd done so many things on it too. That was
Yeah, and that's really beneficial when you've done a lot on it and have a lot of experience. So I knew where to cut corners on that. Were you aware that you can actually straddle the boo guns?
Oh, no, I didn't actually realize that.
You can sit right in between the two big bolts and be safe.
Uh-huh.
A player who is really good and has nerves of steel can do that. But if it goes off and you try to run, you're going to be dead. So the best thing to do is learn exactly how to control it so that you can straddle the things.
I will have to give that a try. And it's interesting. I've talked about it in the show a little bit. The three of us we didn't play the game as kids, because by '83 when it came out, we kind of started moving into the home computer scene. So right. Dreadnaught was a game that I remember seeing in the magazines that I was still getting back then, but I never actually played it until years later when I started getting into digging out the old stuff again and say, hey, look at there's this thing called eBay and you can buy games. And in fact, some of the games in the early 90s, you could still go into Radio Shack and ask for one of their little special binders, and they had some giant warehouse in Texas where you could get old 2600 games and Intellivision games. I don't remember if that's where I picked it up, but yeah, when I finally played that and all those years later, I was still like blown away by the game.
It gets pretty frenetic, especially when you're up to level 15.
Well, I haven't made it that far, thank you.
How far have you made it?
Well, we just recently played it for the show, and I believe I got up to about the 5th one on level 4. So yeah,
so you haven't even seen all the features yet.
Yeah, no kidding, exactly. And the funny thing is that some people that I've seen people put videos of it on YouTube and such. It's like they start on level 1, like sort of the practice level, and nothing's firing back, and it's just they don't get a different Dreadnought. It's just kind of like they're missing a huge portion of the game by just starting it out on level 1. But there's a lot of stuff on YouTube about Intellivision that's everyone's misinformed. They're younger people. They weren't around when it came out. Which is kind of one of the reasons we started doing this show.
Yeah, there were some people who could play it at the higher levels. Level 5, the 5th Dreadnought, is when they start aiming their guns to the side at you, and you get caught in crossfire.
Nice.
And that's very interesting when you, especially for either the W or what I call the donut. I'm not sure what their official names are. I call them by different names. There's the Delta and the Coke bottle, which is the long, skinny one, and the Batwing, which is the wide, short one, and the donut, which has a hole in the middle, and the W, which was great because it'd trap you. You'd be going down one side, blowing things up, and all of a sudden there was a whole other side that would appear and start shooting at you. It was a lot of fun. If you can get past the 5th, or to the 5th Dreadnought, they'll start aiming their guns sideways at 45-degree angles at you. And there are other features that come on later.
And the game is actually something that ends. Is that? I mean, without you dying, you can actually defeat all of the Dreadnoughts?
Yeah, on the highest difficulty level, it's awfully tough. You have to go through 100 of them.
Jeez.
I have never done that.
Do you know of anyone who has?
There was one young fella who was awfully good at it, and he might have. I don't remember his name.
Was he one of the play testers or something?
No, the play tester for Dreadnought was actually Sam Nelson, who became an executive producer at Electronic Arts, and who ended up working for it. You need to always be kind to your underlings, because sooner or later you may end up working for them.
That's funny. There's something on Keith Robinson's on the Intellivision Lives website about, I believe it was Bill Fisher liked the game so much, but he made a hacked version of it so he could bypass the easier first levels.
Why? Oh, you mean the first few Dreadnoughts?
Yeah, I guess so. So he wouldn't have to go through the boring part that he'd already mastered. And thought I had it here in my notes, but I believe it was Bill Fisher that he kind of had a couple of different names for it, and I guess he just made it in-house version. I've never seen that appear as a ROM or anything, because I don't know if you know, but most of the Intellivision games are out there on ROMs, and there's multi-carts you can play them all on, so on the real hardware. In addition to on emulation on your PC.
Well, the emulation on the PC is incomplete, frankly. When the PC emulation of Dreadnaught Factor came out, somehow they didn't do the flashing when you blow up a Dreadnought correctly. And I think it's because they didn't know that when you turn the screen off, the entire screen becomes border color. So you have to make that modification. And so I would turn the screen off and then flash the border color, and everything would flash. But it was cheap and easy and quick.
Yeah.
I didn't have to rewrite the screen.
No, and that was a great effect, too, combined with the sound effect that you have with that.
Yeah. I did a lot of sounds for a lot of games, and I did graphics for a lot of games.
Yeah, I was always impressed by the sound, too. I mean, years later, I ended up, it's not my career these days, but I ended up getting into music and production, electronic music, and a lot of the early Intellivision sound effects and music and the Atari 8-bit stuff influenced me to get into that sort of thing. So
that's interesting.
Yeah, so definitely, in retrospect, as I said, I didn't play it as a kid, but it's definitely on my top 10 now of Intellivision games.
Okay.
And I'm sure you didn't have any trouble selling that one to Activision.
No.
Pretty much sold itself.
Yeah. Sometimes I thought the Dreadnaught Factor really required a little warning label.
Yeah?
Because it's so intense.
It is. Very high energy.
Higher levels. It's so intense. You're not ready for it.
Well, one thing I notice is it almost seems like it knows the mistake you're going to make in about a second. Like you move up, and as you start to move down again, it shoots. And hey, I knew you were going to move down, so I just decided to shoot your guy.
Well, I have to say that is not the case.
It's not deliberate. It's not watching the.
It's not watching you. It just seems that way. Some of the best AI algorithms are tremendously simple, and they seem so smart, but they're so dumb. So it's always been this way. Some of the best AI is really quite dumb.
Yeah, but you convinced me otherwise.
Well, the way the AI worked on the Dreadnaught Factor is I actually used the screen memory to track where my guns were and what they were, because I didn't have enough RAM to do anything else. And so I would go through the screen, randomly pick something and say, is this a gun? Okay, fire it. And that's all it does. And it's so simple, but it's fast. And that's what I needed in order to get it to be at the 30 hertz cycle rate. I had to have it fast. So I used the screen. That tells me where the guns are, and I changed the pointer to be the recoil, and I periodically go through the screen and unrecoil things, and then they're available to shoot again.
Huh.
Pretty simple, huh?
So it's not like it's watching your ship the entire time and targeting you.
If the gun is on the screen, even off the screen a little bit because of the scrolling, it's active.
Yeah.
That's all there is to it. But yeah, the blue guns catch most people pretty well.
Yeah. Oh, yes. The bane of my existence when I play that.
Try sitting between the beams and see if you can get up to the 5th Dreadnought where the guns start turning and firing at you.
I will try that.
All right, Paul.
Xbox, Nintendo, Atari, Sega, and PlayStation. Arcade games and pinball machines. GameGavel.com is your video gaming auction alternative.
Now, just getting to the Intellivision hardware real quickly. What did you ever get to work with the original keyboard component and or the ECS, which is, pretty pathetic compared to the original keyboard component? And did you, if so, did you see a lot of potential to really expand the games for the system?
I think what you're talking about is the add-on, what we called the add-on. The original exercise cassette was for the add-on. It was a tape cassette with Jack LaLanne speaking as well as an exercise program.
Right.
And I didn't see that much potential for it because it was complicated. You had to do so much effort in order to get the whole thing to work and operate correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, most people were into shooters.
Right.
And you don't do shooters that way. So I only did that one project. Now, I was working, when I left, I was working on a thing called Super Football for the add-on, doing design. I was going to have a football game, a little bit more three-quarter view, where you could design your own plays, etc. A bit more complicated than the Intellivision football game, which I think was done by Kevin Miller, if I'm not mistaken. At any rate, I left that behind also, and I really didn't mind.
And then in '83, they came out with the Entertainment Computer System, the ECS. That only added, I believe it added an extra 2K, and it gave you 3 additional voices. But you never had any worked with that at all.
Never had any dealings with it, no.
Some of the homebrew guys have tapped that are making games now have tapped into that a little bit, and they'll have games with additional sound effects and music playing at the same time.
Right.
But yeah, it wasn't really supported. I believe there was maybe 8 or 9 games released for it. The top one was the World Series Major League Baseball. That I guess it was Eddie Dombauer that did it, and Don Daglow had help in designing it. But it uses the expansion computer and the IntelliVoice, and it's like a multi-screen baseball game. It's almost like it's a picture-in-picture type thing that.
Right.
In '83, which you didn't see.
No, I did not. But a lot of the things that later became standard practice, we'd already thought about.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter you worked with the hardware that you had. And in terms of the Intellivision with 3 voices and noise, it actually had a lot more capability than anything out there at the time. It was actually not that difficult to create decent sound effects for it. And it's not the same as now where you digitize everything and you just replay what you digitized and you can do anything you want.
Right.
It's a bit more complex at the time, but it was still quite competent as a machine. As I recall, I think it was the same sound chip for the C64, wasn't it?
The C64 had the SID chip. I don't know. That was the General Instruments was the one in the Intellivision. I don't.
It was. I don't know. I don't remember. I did games for the C64 as well. It's just been a long time.
There were other consoles and other computers that use that same sound chip, and even some arcade games use that same or a variation of that same sound chip.
Okay.
But
I was so busy writing games, I didn't have that much chance to play that many.
Well, you must have gotten good at your game Dreadnaught Factor, though. I mean, developing it.
Yeah, but typically when you're doing your own game and you're playing it all the time to debug it and to refine it, by the time you're done with it, you don't want to play it again.
I can imagine. What about the Atari 8-bit computer version of Dreadnaught Factor?
You're talking about the 400, 600, 800, whatever it is?
Yeah.
That conversion was done by Eric Nickel, another very, very competent programmer. APH was full of... He wasn't working at APH at that time. He'd been working for Activision when he did that conversion freelance, I believe. But you had a lot of extremely competent people. Most of us were from Caltech.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very competent people.
Yeah, so I
did that one.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had any involvement with it.
We talked about it a little bit. I remember talking about some of the technical issues, but I have no question but that his choices as to how he ended up implementing it were correct, given the hardware.
Yeah, the vertical scrolling as opposed to the horizontal.
Scrolling. The whole way that Atari tended to set up their hardware was more conducive to that.
Mm-hmm.
It's because of the way you had to draw the screen and deal with the bullets and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, my forays into programming were mostly on the Atari 800, and I learned player missile graphics and display list interrupts and things like that, but I didn't really venture beyond basic with some machine language subroutines, that kind of thing, but created a few little games here and there. Did you continue working on games? Like, what happened after, the video game crash and you'd done Worm Womper?
Well, after the crash, I ended up in a job that was out of the field for a year or two and ended up at Accolade.
Mm-hmm.
And I did a number of games for Accolade. And then after that, I went to Electronic Arts and was a senior software engineer there and worked on a lot of games there. and then sustained a severe overuse injury, which put me out of commission completely.
Uh-huh.
So that kind of ended everything. I lived in constant pain for about 12 years.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that would definitely put a damper on programming.
Well, not to mention that the expert that I went to said, if you try to type, you'll end up back where you were.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
And, when I try to type, it very quickly destroys my hands. So I kind of destroyed the tendons. Being lead programmer at that time, that was kind of the Silver Age. We had a lot more. There were distinctions between the Golden Age and the Silver Age, but there was a lot more that I had to do. I was usually lead programmer, not always, but quite often. And so I was working extremely long hours, and your body just simply can't take being overused in repetitive tasks for that long.
And then, of course, back then there wasn't really like a voice recognition type system on the computer where you could...
No, we didn't have it yet. It was, and it's pretty good now, but it's not perfect, so you still have to go type.
Well, that must have been frustrating for you in a number of ways, obviously life-changing, but just your passion and what you'd been doing for so many years, you suddenly couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, pretty much. However, one of the distinctions between the Golden Age and the Silver Age that I make is that in the Golden Age, when we were pretty much allowed to do whatever we wanted, and I could design any game I wanted to play. In the Silver Age, you had producers and marketing people who were telling you what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a tension there between trying to do a game that you had a vision for and a passion for, and trying to satisfy their notion of what would work. And sometimes they were right, but it still introduced this tension. So you were constantly trying to design a game that they would like.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't as fun.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And the games became so much more complicated that you needed a large programming staff in order to do it. Whereas previously, I would start on a game, and if the direction wasn't work, I'd completely change it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not possible in this day and age. I have some friends who are in game design, so yeah, it's a massive, weighty thing now. You know, it's not just one guy; it's a team, as you say. And
correct. And when it was the one guy show, I did graphics, sound effects, music. Sometimes I even essentially wrote the manual, named the game. You know, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And hand Mattel or whoever a finished product. Dreadnaught Factor was supposed to be called Dreadnaughts, but there was a game already called Dreadnaught, so we changed it to Dreadnaught Factor.
Okay.
Wormwomper was my name. Treasures of Tarman was supposed to be Minotaur, that's what I called it. But there was a game already, you couldn't use that name.
Yeah, right.
So they changed it, you know.
What were some of the games that you remember working on at Accolade and EA?
Oh boy. Steel Thunder, Gunboat, Test Drive 3, Road and Track, which was kind of a dog. Speed Racer, which was worse. And then at EA, I was doing a bunch of worked on the golf games.
Mm-hmm.
PGA Tour 95, worked on the PlayStation version of that, as well as on the original, because they had some problems. And I worked on Need for Speed 3, which is pretty funny, actually, because Need for Speed 3, the guy who was heading up the team was Brad Gore, who also did the original Test Drive. And he was up in Canada. They had done the original 2 test drives, and then they kind of bailed with Accolade, and so I did Test Drive 3. And I was working with Brad on Need for Speed. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, the Need for Speed series, and even the Test Drive. Yeah, I played lots of those, actually.
Yeah, one thing that I like doing is pushing the machine beyond its supposed limits. And that's a lot of fun, but that means you're always in unknown territory. Need for Speed 3, for example, it was a 3D world, and I had some really cool effects on it. But the frame rate on some of the machines was pretty slow, because we had to have graphics from black and white up to 256 color all work. So imagine designing a game where you have to be able to convert it. It was a mess.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Just getting back to Dreadnaught Factor a little bit, what was the development time on that? Do you recall how long it took you from initial idea to completed product?
Well, initial idea when I was doing the initial design was before we had a contract with Activision. And we waited 3 months, I think was what it was. And I won't go into the mess. I thought it was ridiculous. We could have had a whole nother set of games done. Dreadnaught Factor, after I think I finally got the green light, it was 3 or 4 months.
Wow, that's actually pretty quick.
Well, if you want quick, look at Worm Whomper.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Worm Whomper, if you don't mind.
That's fine. That was 6 weeks.
How is that even possible?
Well, the game's not really that complex.
Yeah,
But it's not.
Speaking of that game, yeah, that one is, as I mentioned earlier, that's known for the speed, of course, and also the number of objects on the screen.
Well, they're not objects. See, that's the thing. We only had 8 moving objects.
Right.
And I got tired of that. I wanted something where I had more targets. So I figured out how to make those little worms squirm across the screen in background.
So those were just tiles, kind of like you were talking about on...
And I was dynamically modifying the tiles in the graphics ROM, which you can only get to during interrupt. But I was modifying them to make the little worms scroll across the screen. If you notice, they never crawl into a place where there's a snail shell or some other fixed background object. They can't because they don't have a tile to go into.
Uh-huh.
So they wait until that tile comes open. So when the moths lay little eggs, well, that's a permanent background. And they have to go around it until the thing hatches. Then it becomes one of them. But it's all done in background. So I had lots and lots of targets, which made me happy. It's not that complicated. It was a little tricky from a programming standpoint to make the worms, they circle around. They come in from the right and they go to the left, and if there's nothing there, they scroll around to the right again, but up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a little tricky from a programming standpoint, but once I had that solved, the rest of the game is really not that complex.
So that technique spawned the game, or the game spawned that technique?
The game spawned that technique, but the ability to do the technique is what made the game idea possible.
Yeah.
So it's not one of those answerable questions. I had in mind how to do it as well as what I wanted to do when I designed the game.
That's kind of a one-off that I've seen on the system. I don't, now that you've explained how you did it, it didn't occur to me that that's how it was done, but I can't think of any. Do you know of any other games that once you did that, tried to use your technique for that?
None that I know of. I had already used in Dreadnaught Factor the idea of modifying the tiles,
right,
in graphics RAM, and therefore doing animation. So I was already doing animation. This just took it to the next level.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Most of the time, as an Intellivision programmer, you didn't do that. You didn't try to animate the graphics RAM because it was hard to get to and it was slow. But if you are careful, you can do it. So the game wasn't really that complex if you take into account that you've got the worms and you figure out how to do that once and you write that code. Then you're just dealing with the objects. All the other bugs, which are objects that come across the screen, and your pesticide that comes out, and things.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was a 4K game too.
You're kidding me? That was only 4K. Wow.
4K. Dreadnaught Factor was 8. Treasures of Tarman was 8. AD&D Cloudy Mountain was 6.
Yeah, would you mind touching a little bit on Treasure of Tarman? I may end up using it in another show, but I know one of my co-hosts, William, he's a huge fan. That's one of his favorites. So.
Well, it was an experiment that I was running. I'd gone to visit, actually, I think it was Eric, up in Washington. I think that's where I was. And I saw a game called Crozier on a mainframe. And as I was thinking about it, I thought, how much of this could we actually do on a console? Because we have severe memory limitations.
Mm-hmm.
And the resources that you had on the Intellivision were pretty small, pretty scanty. So the first job was to make a better presentation of moving through a maze. And I figured out how to do that within a few days. And it was kind of tricky because I have to rewrite the screen every time you're moving, either forward or scrolling to the side, I had to figure out how to actually manhandle everything by hand. There's no projections here. It's all done by fixed sequence. Just figuring out how to change the angles on the cards and tiles and everything else to make it look like that's what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't redraw the screen quickly enough to get the screen redrawn in one frame. And so there had to be a diagonal rip down the middle of the screen in order to do the moving and the rotation and everything else. And that was a problem I solved by having the back distance is always black, and the top part is always brown, the dark brown, and the bottom is always, what did I use? Dark brown probably there, and light brown, I don't remember. But they're always fixed colors. There was no color change. So it rips down the middle of the screen, you don't notice it.
Uh-huh.
So you change your design to take into account the limitations of the machine. So I was able to make it so that it was convincingly looking like you were going through a maze.
Oh, absolutely.
And then I proceeded to do all of the various, a whole bunch of different kind of varmints and things, and add the tools and weapons and everything else that you used. And it was, I think, kind of a milestone in terms of game development on the consoles, but I didn't think that highly of it myself. It was okay to play, but I liked more exploration, and it had building in it, which I liked, but I wanted more exploration. That's why I went to the game that I ended up leaving behind.
Oh, right, okay.
Because that came after Treasures of Tarman. So that was just kind of I feel like doing this. I wonder if I can. I have the freedom and the flexibility. I will spend several days creating the backdrop. Then I will get, Glenn saw it and went, cool. So I did the rest of the game and got it presented to Mattel. I don't remember whether I did or somebody else did. Probably I did, because I was generally doing that sort of a thing at the time. And finished it off.
Yeah, and I guess it was kind of a natural to tie in with the AD&D license.
Yeah, it was, and that gave them another title.
Right. Well, yeah, it sounds like you really tapped into the tile system on the Intellivision more than most.
Well, a lot of people looked at it as, I've got this game to do, it's a means to an end.
Yeah.
Static background, play with moving objects, and I saw it as much more capable than that if you knew how to use it.
Yeah, because
Carol, what was her last name? She also worked with Activision. Did Happy Trails? Carol Shaw, I think.
Yeah.
She did play with the background tiles in that game, and I thought that was a novel way of doing things. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's interesting you're talking about the way you did that, because it was definitely smooth. You could move pretty quickly down those corridors, and the illusion of movement was convincing. I mean, there was no question you were walking down these halls and turning left and right. And in contrast to something like, say, Ultima 1 on an Apple II, it was just a wireframe black and white graphics, and you watched the screen kind of redraw itself every time you moved, and that sort of detracted, you took away from the illusion that you were in a dungeon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that was 1982.
Yeah.
That was one other thing I was going to mention, if I can remember. Oh, the biggest detriment, the thing I liked the least that I fought with on Treasures of Tarman was the blocky graphics. I was using moving objects for all the varmints that you were attacking and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be huge, so I had to use these enormously blocky critters, and that really bothered me. That's one of the things we were going to change on the Intellivision. The next version of the Intellivision was we were going to have double the resolution on everything to really help that problem.
So can you talk a little bit about, you're talking about the Intellivision 3, or were you talking about
That's probably what they're calling the Intellivision 3. I'm not sure what their terminology. It was a brand new designed hardware with better capabilities that Will McCown was doing the chip design on.
That might be the Intellivision 4 then, because I think the Intellivision 3 was going to be something that incorporated like wireless controllers, and the IntelliVoice was part of the unit, and then
this was it probably wasn't the Intellivision 4, because it was beyond that. We were talking about much higher resolution on background and objects.
So, yeah, assuming it is the 4, so you got your hands on that and able to try it out and kind of get an idea
Well, it was
what
still in design. It was Will McCann was designing the silicon, but it hadn't been built yet.
Yeah.
After we left APH, I think they made an emulator for it. But when I was there, it was more trying to do the trade-offs of, well, do we do this or do we do that? Well, I can do this for you, but it'll cost you that. What do you want? Kind of a thing, and where I was working a little bit with Will McCown.
So as far as you know, it never existed, even like a prototype stage?
I think that the prototype, the emulator, existed. I think they built that after we left, but I really don't know. I never saw it.
And that would it have been backward compatible with any of the original Intellivision stuff? Was it completely different?
Remember. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's one of those rumors that people heard about, and I know Keith Robinson has a little tiny bit on that on his website, but doesn't seem like they were.
We talked about a lot of different things, but there's a difference between talking about it and actually implementing it.
Sure.
I remember talking about that we'd like to keep the installed base of all the games and units that are out there, but I don't know whether that actually happened. I don't know whether we got far enough to be able to make it happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, had things played out differently in the gaming industry, who knows what would have come for the if that would have come out. And
well, with Mattel nearly losing itself, I don't know that they would have done it.
Yeah, I think they were done. They were ready to get out of gaming.
Just like Coleco.
Yeah, definitely. Just a couple other quick things. Speaking of Intellivision games and your techniques, were there any other programmers, any particular games that stood out to you as kind of groundbreaking, whether that's graphically or a programming technique in the Intellivision library when you were working on things?
I would say Dave Rolf's games. Baseball was amazing for the era, for the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I really liked Beam Rider. Of course, I designed it, and I wanted to play it. And this was one case where I didn't have to do the programming in order to play the game.
Yeah, nice.
So it was kind of nice. I could actually play a game that was one that I wanted to play, and I didn't have to do it.
Even better, yeah.
But it was pretty cool for its time. And again, you can talk to Dave about how he did it, but he did a lot of the background manipulation.
Yeah.
In order to get the beams.
Yeah, that was definitely an impressive title, for sure. Yeah. Did you kind of see what happened with when INTV started releasing games that, we're talking like 86, 85, 86, and up through 1990, where they were taking some of the games that had maybe originally been developed at Mattel but weren't quite finished, particularly the sports games. They made new versions, one that had one-player capability and like the baseball, which Dave Ralph was not involved in the remake baseball, but they had fly balls and you could slide and things like that. Did you ever see any of those INTV releases?
No, I didn't.
But you knew of them, I suppose, or maybe.
I probably had heard of them, but I was busy writing games.
Yeah, right. Well, that's one of the reasons that, because for my personal experience, as a kid, I think the Intellivision went away around 83 when I got my Atari 800 XL. And then sometime around 89, I happened to get a catalog from this INTV. And I grew up in Southern California, and INTV had a store in Torrance, California.
Right.
And that's when a buddy of mine, I'm 21 years old, and we're like, hey, someone's still making Intellivision games. Let's go buy some. And they were like $20 a pop, I think. And, they had all these new games, and of course we had a Nintendo hooked up to the same TV and a ColecoVision, and we started playing all these old Intellivision games, and that kind of rekindled my interest. And then that went away again for many years, and then, as I said, like when the whole eBay thing started, and like, hey, look, Intellivision again. It keeps popping back in and out of my life. But
there were a lot of fun games on the machine, and a lot of the early ones were tremendously fun because they were new and different, and people didn't feel constrained by standard types.
Yeah.
And so there was a tremendous amount of creativity. The talent pool at APH alone was enormous. And it was, all the games were done in kind of an open environment where I could walk up and see what somebody else was doing and then sit down with them, and I did this a lot, work with them on tweaking and maybe a little design changes, talk about the problems that they were having, or they'd do that thing with me. Mm-hmm. And so there was a lot of interaction within that talent pool.
And through all that in the APH days, you were never an in-house Mattel programmer. You always remained out there kind of semi-independent, I guess.
Semi-independent, and I think, as I recall, Mattel refused to acknowledge our existence.
That's right.
At the time, they did not allow us to say or do anything.
Nice.
Another fun thing, just for fun.
Sure.
Is you ought to ask Dave Rolfe about a game that he did for Colecovision called Steamroller.
Okay, I
The
will.
game testers at Activision. He did it for Activision, and it never got released until I think recently they put out some, but it wasn't Activision. But it was one of the favorite games of the testers in the test pool. It was a 2-player game, and it was more fun than baseball by far. It was a riot.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played it, but I do know that it is out there.
Yeah, I actually have the original EEPROM version of it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to ask you. Did you hang on to any of your Intellivision artifacts, as it were?
Yeah, I've got boxes of junk.
You don't happen to have the code for that unfinished island hopping game that you were talking about, do you?
I doubt it. I'd have to look in my boxes, but that would have been legally a little bit not a good idea.
Well, the obvious question comes to mind. I mean, given your health limitations, it pretty much rules it out. But would you ever have any interest in trying to program something else on the Intellivision for the homebrew market?
I don't know that the homebrew market is going to be big enough to entice me.
Yeah.
Because of the risk of such levels of pain.
Right. Yeah, because the big company in new game releases, it's a company called Electronite, and the guy who runs the company, he was one of the guys involved originally in getting the ROMs dumped and getting the first emulator put together for the Intellivision Live stuff. Mm-hmm. And another guy, Carl Mueller Jr., he was the programmer who did the remake of Donkey Kong, which I don't think you've seen, but they took the fiasco that was the Coleco version and threw it in the trash and then completely rewrote it. It has all the screens. It even has sampled sounds from the game without using the IntelliVoice. Of course, I believe it's 16K cartridge that they did on that. Be. But
it would have to be.
I will have to. I'll have to send you some links. Hopefully, you'd be able to see something. Some of these games that are being put out now. And like, there's one that's called Paddle Party, which was Dave Akers, who used to work for Mattel. He did he did Star Strike on the 2600 for the M Network stuff. But he did Clax.
Was that the same as the Intellivision Star Strike?
Well, it wasn't as nice looking as the Intellivision version. Did you have a hand in that, by the way? Any of that?
Yeah, I had a hand in a lot of things. Not a great deal on that one. I think Glenn and Hal Finney were the one or the other, or both of them, came up with the background sequence for the Trench.
Mm-hmm.
And Hal Finney did the programming on it. He's the same guy who did Space Battle. So he's a veteran, brilliant programmer. At any rate, he did the code, and I had involvement in doing graphics for the spaceship and trying to work with him on, you've got this spaceship that's stuck in a box, essentially. What kind of gameplay can you have? So I came up with a lot of the gameplay elements. Yeah,
being behind or in front of the ships that are...
Behind or in front, and when you get hit, what happens, and changes in the controls, just to make the game a little more interesting. But anyway, that was mostly Hal, Finney, and Glenn. But that's typical. I was brought in for games just to help out or design them from scratch and then supervised other people doing them.
Mm-hmm.
I had my hand in a lot of games.
Probably a good more than 50% of the Intellivision catalog.
No, because a lot of them were done early on before I got there. The later 2 years, I was involved in most of them, but not in the early days. So that was a lot of good games, like baseball, had happened long before I became involved, because I didn't get involved until 1979.
It had an amazing run, so still fun to talk about all these years later.
That's a little bit odd for me. I didn't think anybody cared. I mean... Shelf life on a game was typically 6 months, and then nobody knew what it was.
Yeah. Well, there's quite a few, like, gaming expos out there. The big one is Classic Gaming Expo that happens in Vegas it was every year. Now it's been every other year. Portland has a big gaming expo every year in October. And there's a ton of like new development for the 2600 and the Intellivision, and to a lesser degree, ColecoVision. Even people are doing things for Vectrex. It's amazing that there's still this thriving scene out there.
But probably none of them are earning a living from it.
Yeah, I would say, probably some of the games maybe sell a couple thousand,
Yeah.
tops. But they're going for like $60, $70 a pop.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For example, when we were working with Activision, doing a game, we were advanced $100,000 for a game.
Mm-hmm.
Which was at that time in the early 80s. That was a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, I know the guy that runs Electronite, the company I mentioned.
What do they use for development systems?
Well, there's a bunch of emulators out there. There's guys that have designed the hardware, designed the cartridges. They have cartridges now that'll go up to...
See, that's another thing that Cheshire did, was we did the development systems for the Mattel Intellivision for Activision.
Yep.
And the assemblers. Larry Zwick was our toolsmith for that, for the assemblers and for the software, and then we had the hardware guys. Basically the same ones who did the original, who did the development tools.
There's a guy there's a few people who've done it, but there's a guy who has a whole development kit out there, and he's an engineer, and he's created his own cartridge design. They've got like some flash RAM on there to save high scores and things on some of the games that are going to be coming out.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, everything is there in place.
Did they stay with Decals, or did they go to a 16-bit?
I'm not really sure.
Keep a 10-bit ROM.
Yeah, that's kind of the everybody always said it was a first 16-bit system, but technically not quite.
Well, the CPU was 16-bit, and that actually was really useful. But the ROM was only 10, and so you basically tried to make it so you never had to go into 16-bit ROM mode, because it would read two decals and truncate them off, and switching in and out of the mode took time, and it was just a waste. So, But the registers being 16-bit turned out to be really useful.
All right, Tom, thanks again.
You got enough material to use?
Yeah, I really appreciate your time on this. It's all cool stuff.
You take care.
You too. Thanks, Tom.
Sure, bye-bye.
So I know I would have loved this if I'd had this back when I was a kid. I would have had this right beside Star Strike, and we would have had ourselves a Star Wars evening. You know what I mean?
I'm actually sorry I missed it. This was the tail end. This is when I'd already moved into the Atari, so the 8-bit, like I said. But yeah, if I'd seen this back then, it would have been like, oh my god, I think I'm ready to keep the Intellivision for a while longer. This is fantastic.
Yeah. I wanted to mention the sound. The sound's got your basic shooting, bombing, whatever another, but it also has the engine sound on the ships. And as you're flying towards the ship, the engine sounds get louder. And when you bomb the engines, the engine hum drops as if there are less things humming and making less of sound. It's a really, really nice touch that as you get closer to it, it gets louder. As you drop bombs on the engines, they change the sound that they're making.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the explosion effects, whether that's the Dreadnought exploding or the Dreadnought destroying your planet Terra, I mean, it's just really well done.
Yeah.
It sounds like this.
I gotta say, I died a lot in this game, but I always felt that it was fair.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like, oh, look, it's shooting at me. It's gonna hit me. Oh, it hit me. It was. I was never like unexpected. It was just never like. Sometimes these games are frustrating because like he came out of nowhere. That wasn't cool. It's just like every time I died, I knew it was coming, and I probably could have prevented it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like you blamed yourself, but not the game. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I screwed up there. I moved down and I knew the gun was going to shoot and I moved down anyway.
Yeah.
But they are generous with the number of hyper fighters that they give you. You know, you're starting off with 10. I found that on level 4, as you get 4 each time you destroy a Dreadnought, it was like, wow, I still have more fighters left. This is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one move I thought was kind of unfair, and it was because it took me completely by surprise, was the big laser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, it does this?
Yeah. It's like you're tootling around. Do. It sounds like,
Yeah, you're screwed.
Like, all I'm seeing is these little shots that it's shooting at me, and all of a sudden there's this great big shot.
Yeah, that large cannon.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, Will, you never played this before playing it for the show, this review, right?
Yeah, I'd never played this one before.
Yeah. Kevin, I was curious, since you played it as a kid and had it back then, do you remember showing this game to any of your like Atari 2600 owning friends and them being blown away? Or did you remember showing it to anybody that just was like impressed?
I remember
by it?
playing it a lot for sure. I think this was one of my most favoriteest games. But I don't particularly remember trying to impress other friends with this game in particular.
Yeah. It just seems like that would have been a game back then that would have just been wow.
I think so.
It was reviewed well in the magazines back in the day, and I remember I'll try to get a scan and put it up in the show notes, but I remember the full page ads that Activision took out for this game, and you see kind of like the Dreadnought that you see on the box or the manual, but it was like hovering over like a residential neighborhood. And, you know, I forget the ad line, but something about defending, you know, the planet or something. But it was an ominous looking ad, and it was definitely something I don't know how I never bought it other than the fact that I'd moved on from it. Cool advertising, cool box, the whole production of it, just the game is just really, I'm a big fan, obviously.
So we talked a little bit about the box artwork. You know, it's basically got a giant ship. It's funny, the perspective of the Dreadnought over the planet makes it look like it's about as big as the planet. The way they've got this thing,
yeah.
The way they got the camera angle or whatever for the shot, for the art. But yeah, you're flying something that is you know, got an X-shaped wing on it. Let's say, as it's going towards the big thing, the big Dreadnought. I mean, it's a very cool looking picture, nice artwork. And that's our first Activision game. So Activision had these. They're kind of like, they're sort of similar to the Magic boxes, except that they slide in from the top. So you've got this kind of a shell that has a tray that slides out the top that has the cart and the manual and all that stuff in it. So you have a kind of a sleeve that holds it in. Magic did the same thing, but there's well, not the exact same thing, but they had a shell as well, and but they're slid out the bottom, and I mentioned that in the Microsurgeon review that you got to be careful taking those off the shelf because they'll slide right out the bottom and fall on the floor. But the Activision boxes do not have that problem.
Well, they have a little tab on the inside that's just pushed up enough so that if you pull it out, it stops. You can actually push that in and open and slide that out all the way, but that was very clever box design, I will admit.
And also, most of my I don't know off the top of my head how many Activision titles were made for Intellivision, but as I think through them downstairs in my collection, most of my boxes are in pretty good shape. You know, like we mentioned that the Coleco boxes tend to get beat up like crazy when you're collecting these things, but most of my Activisions are nice. Is that true in your collections as well?
Yeah, the Coleco boxes are very, very thin, almost paper, cardboard.
Yeah.
The quality of the boxes was about the quality of the games, I think.
I need to say, you guys are way more precious about your Intellivision boxes than I ever was. When I decided to, years and years ago, to collect Intellivision stuff, I was just like, I'm going to get the games, and overlays are certainly nice, but I'm not going to pay way extra for a piece of cardboard. And I keep all my games in a big plastic tub, and I rummage through it. I find the game I want. I slam it in the game in the Intellivision, and I play it. And I may have an Dreadnaught Factor box, and if I do, it's in a huge box down in the basement somewhere with 50 other boxes that I've never looked at.
Well, I'll say that's basically my setup. I have all my Intellivision game boxes in storage, boxed away. and my games are all kind of like you're talking about in a bin, just the carts. But I typically never take those out just because of having the cuddle cart. But most of the boxes that I have are from my original collection and stuff that I bought from INTV in the late 80s, early 90s when they still had a shop local to me. They're one and only retail store.
Cool.
And then the stuff I collected on eBay later. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's cool to have the box. I like to have everything. I have the whole stack of overlays and the Orphan overlay set that was put out. But I don't really use them that much. It's just kind of put away and I just play on the cuddle cart or maybe throw a card in if I don't have it on the cuddle cart.
I still get a lot of enjoyment out of pulling that box off the shelf, opening it up, pulling the game out, you know.
I can see that.
Yeah, for me,
I just
that's
wanted
the only
to say
system I
that-
get the boxes for. Everything else, if something's in a box, I don't typically get the boxes. If they have a case, like the way games do now, I always get cases. But the only boxed games I typically get are the Intellivision games.
Yeah, in my other collections, my 2600 stuff, I have just a handful of boxes. Same with my ColecoVision stuff or my Odyssey 2. I have a decent amount of boxes for Odyssey 2. But Atari 8-bit stuff, just a handful of boxes. Otherwise, just a bunch of loose carts. I don't know. I guess it's nostalgic more than anything to have the box if it's available. But I'm not going to pay crazy money for it. Like years ago, I had Spiker Volleyball, which I bought from INTV directly at their store for $20. I sold it. I sold it on eBay for $1,200 or something like that. 6 years ago. So that's crazy to me. I would never pay that for a boxed game.
Yeah. I don't think I would either. I think I'd just get the reproduction of that particular box.
Yeah.
Intellivision's really the only system I collect for, so I don't have, the feeling of, oh, there's that, and am I going to get boxes for all of them? I'm really only doing the one. So.
Yeah, but you're a member of the 125.
I am.
I was until I sold my rare ones. But I understand it. I like the completeness factor of it, but in day-to-day playing, I honestly haven't looked at my Intellivision game boxes in probably 2 or 3 years. I know they're in storage and they're there and I have them, but I don't have a room in my house where I display game boxes. So just on that topic, Kevin, I was just curious. I know you're a big Atari 8-bit guy, but Intellivision is the only other system that you really collect for, although, well, now we know Channel F also.
Well, I have the Channel F, but it's, Channel F, the Intellivision, and the Atari 8-bit. Mostly the Atari 8-bit, but I certainly, if I see an Intellivision cartridge, I will always go for that too. Now, you said that, what was it, 125? Is that the magic number?
That's like the original releases. If you have all that, you're in an elite club.
So I think I'm missing 16 of those, so I guess I'm a member of the 109 club or something like that.
but we're talking boxed complete, though. So.
Oh, well, then I'm a member of the 0 club.
I have to do a recount on my collection because it was several years ago before I got married that I sold the rarities. So I've got a list database in the computer, but it's not updated. I'll need to go through that. Maybe we should do that in one of the shows. Talk about what we have boxed and what we don't, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think I have 55 boxed, a total of 64 individual games.
Well, I was going to say that to my modern ear, the title, the Dreadnaught Factor, sounds funny to me. Like there were other factors, like it's like kind of, so how are things going today in planetary defense? Well, it's okay if you discount the Dreadnaught Factor.
It sounds like a boy band. And now, show you've been waiting for, the Dreadnaught Factor.
Yeah, well, you are only moving in one direction.
I don't know. I never thought about that, but that's true. Yeah, you're sitting on planet Terra. Everything's great. Nice. How you doing today, Bob? Well, it'd be great if it weren't for that damn Dreadnaught Factor. Oh, yeah, that Factor. God.
The Dreadnought Factor.
What are we going to do with those hyper fighter guys?
And how do they make Dreadnoughts? In a Dreadnought factory.
Oh
boy.
Now we've derailed the show. Congratulations.
We're not playing Happy Trails.
I never liked Happy Trails anyway. Yes, I said it.
You just hate the disc.
No, that's you, Rick.
So we have our normal stuff we like to talk about on these games. How rare is the game? Digital Press gives it a scarcity of 3 out of 10, and their scale is 1 means incredibly common, 10 is very, very rare. So a 3 means it's not too hard to get a hold of one of these. We mentioned earlier that it's on Intellivision Rocks, so getting that will give you a legal copy of the ROM. Let's see. We like to talk about ratings from different sites. INTV Funhouse, who, again, they always rate from 1 to 5 graphics, sound, and replayability. And so they gave it a 5, a 5, and a 4. So Steve at INTV Funhouse really likes this game. And the other two sites where we typically go to for reviews actually had not rated this one: Video Game Critic and the reviews page on Retrogamer, retrovideogamer.co.uk.
Well, the Video Game Critic doesn't matter anyway.
I know you don't like him.
Whatever he says, just take the opposite tact and you've got it.
Yeah, so right before we started recording this, I asked my daughter to play Dreadnaught Factor, and she's never used my television. I've been trying to get her for the last couple of weeks to play on it, just like, play a game with me, play Shark with me, and she was just like, no, I don't want to. I'll play Grand Theft Auto with you. I'm just like, okay, fine, so we do that instead. So I'm just like, look, we're recording the podcast in 10 minutes. Will you look at Dreadnaught Factor? And she's just like, sure. So we sit down, and first of all, she was like trying to spin the disc. She thought it was a like rotating thing rather. So once we got that, how to actually use the Intellivision down, she was not impressed with this game. She was just like, she said it never ends or progresses. She'd fly by the ship and she'd blow up some parts, and then she'd find herself back at the beginning of the Dreadnought. She's just like, it's the same thing over and over again. And after playing it for like 5 minutes, she said it was worse than Flappy Birds.
Wow.
And then she said she'd rather do homework, and that's how she left it. She was not really impressed.
Wow.
She was having trouble like telling the things that you explode and then they kind of crumple up, the turrets. So she'd shoot a turret and then it would kind of crumple up to show it was destroyed, and she was having trouble telling, the incredibly low res Intellivision graphics, telling whether the turret was destroyed or not, and then just the inertia of controlling the ship. Not her favorite game.
But that's the only one she's played ever?
Yes.
Okay.
But she's a big retro gamer. She loves Pac-Man and Galaga and that sort of thing. And in fact, she got into colleges with an essay about how much she loves retro gaming. But she hadn't played the Intellivision before, and so far is not real impressed.
Yeah, start her off or give her another couple of games to judge her overall opinion of the system before you completely discount her.
How else could I traumatize her? With like Sea Battle?
I don't know. Maybe she'd be into Utopia, a strategy thing. I don't know if she'd be into something like that. Despite the simplistic graphics, that's actually a very unique, stimulating game to play if you're into strategy.
Right.
Or Frog Bog.
I've been trying to get her to play Shark. That's the game I keep going back to.
Yeah. So how did we do on scores, guys? As if I didn't know, he says.
I'll start. I hang my head in shame. My best score I got actually on level 3. I got 2,931. I just could not get any scoring really rolling on level 4.
My best score was on level 4, 3,336.
Well?
Level 3, I got 3,552.
Wow.
Level 4 was 2,573.
Oh, I stand vindicated then.
You've also been playing it longer, too.
Since you were 12.
Wait. Yes, but there was a gap of 25 years where I had to play. But I'm sure, yes, somewhere my brain was still working on patterns for that game for the last 2 decades.
Well, I've shamed you all. On level 4, I got 4,615.
Oh, the shame.
Yes.
So you play, Paul, you play like I do, trying to destroy the Dreadnoughts as you go. How many Dreadnoughts were you able to kill in level 4?
What other option is there?
Well, wasn't Kevin talking about
not
going
destroy
for
the Dreadnoughts?
Yeah.
I said that you can let it get to the let it get to the planet.
But ultimately, you still have to destroy it.
Yeah.
Oh, you do have, okay.
But no,
never took that strategy.
I've never tried that silo strategy. No, I typically go top half, bottom half, whatever I missed, and then, take out the engines out on each run, take out one engine.
So how many were you able to kill in level 4?
4.
Wow. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it actually says that on the screen. I did a screenshot on Twitter. I'll put it on
right
on Facebook or something. It's hard to take a picture of that in the really bright flickering stars and the bright numbers in a dark room or whatever. But you can see it. I think 4 ships.
And so I guess we mentioned before about how this game looks really good. This is 1983, and we're kind of moving forward in time a little bit in terms of the games we're reviewing, and so you're towards the end of the major push from the heyday. So people have really gotten this system working well, and this is a game that really looks good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good going.
You are the player, because your vision is our vision.
Well, hello everyone. This is Willie from the Colecovisions podcast. I've decided that I'd like to review the Dreadnaught Factor for the Intellivision. And I was asked by Paul to provide a review on the game, considering it is one of my favorites on the Intellivision system. Now, I originally played the Dreadnaught Factor on my old Atari 8-bit back in 1983. I know it was released for the Atari 5200, and it was only released on the Intellivision for the other consoles. So it looks like only 3 consoles got this release, with one of them being the Intellivision. And it is an excellent game. I'm used to playing it on my 8-bit, but the Intellivision version is just as good. It's just as fun. The controls are really nice. I have no problems with using the Intellivision controller playing this game. It is a lot of fun. So let's fire this thing up here and let's discuss the gameplay as I'm playing it here. I'll select option number 1. That's easiest. So here we are. We got our main screen. You can see the planet you're defending on the left. You can see how many ships you have in reserve. And then you can see the enemy Star Destroyer on the right-hand side of the screen flashing green. Now that Star Destroyer in the upper levels will slowly keep moving across the screen towards your planet. When it gets to the crosshairs in the middle of the screen where your ship starts out, it'll shoot an energy blast at your world and destroy it, so you lose the game. Now you can slow the enemy Star Destroyer down by actually bombing the engines on the very back of it. That'll keep it from advancing. You can also shoot the cannons on the Star Destroyer. You can also shoot the bridge. There's 2 bridges on there that you can shoot that limits the amount of time and the amount of accuracy that the Star Destroyer can shoot at you. But the main purpose is you want to bomb these exhaust ports. Now there's 2 at the very back in the middle of the ship, and then they go down both sides at an angle. So let's get my first ship here. Looks like a little X-Wing. First thing I'll do is I'll shoot some of these cannons. They don't shoot back at me. Now I'm going to run up the right-hand side here and bomb all these exhaust ports. Then we'll go ahead and bomb an engine just to slow the thing down. There we go. Now I'll make another pass, and I'll go down the left-hand side of the ship. I missed 2 of them. So I'll have to do that one over again. Make another pass. I'll try to catch the 2 that I missed. Okay, here we go. Okay, got the 2 left in the middle. Last pass, and I should be able to get it. Okay, here we go. Last one. Got it. And and that was the enemy Star Destroyer being destroyed. So not bad. I got 1,000 and, let's see, it's counting my reserve ships. Hey, I got 1,679 on my first ship. Not too bad. Now on the next level, the game will get progressively harder. They'll shoot a lot more. The enemy starship will shoot a lot more, be a lot more accurate, and you'll have less time to try to destroy all those exhaust vents because the Star Destroyer will start advancing even quicker and quicker towards the center of the screen. So that's my little mini review of the Dreadnaught Factor on the Intellivision game system. I want to thank Paul and Rick and William for allowing me to submit my little review on this game. And I continue to listen to the Intellivisionaries because I really enjoy it. And I recommend all your friends listen to it too. So thanks for listening.
Because your vision is our vision. The player.
4+ hours? Really? How many people tune into this show? I want to go home.
You are home. Okay, so that's Dreadnaught Factor. As always, we invite people to post some scores on Facebook. Let us know how you do. I'm sure you can beat my score. But moving on to next month, we're finally going to tackle a sports title. We're going to review Major League Baseball, and while we're at it, we'll throw in World Championship Baseball and World Series Major League Baseball.
Greg Miller's going to be very happy about this.
Finally, sports.
Sports. Yes.
Love that sports ball.
Sports ball.
My co-hosts and my guest hosts are not sports games guys, or sports guys, I guess you could say.
Can I tell a quick story about baseball?
I was going to ask you if you could tell a quick story about baseball.
I would love to tell you a quick story about baseball. So I had my Intellivision. I did not own any sports games because I didn't have any brothers and sisters. I didn't care about sports. I didn't have any sports games. My dad, who I didn't live with my dad, he later got his own Intellivision because he wanted to play Donkey Kong.
Oh, no.
I know.
Wow, poor choice.
I know. He bought Intellivision just so he can play Donkey Kong. Anyway, but before he did that, when I went to visit him, a couple times a month, we would go to this video store called Video Depot, and they rented videotapes and things, and they also sold Intellivisions. And in the back of the store, there was this area with couches and stuff, and a big TV and an Intellivision. And on a couple of occasions, he and I would go in there. We'd go grocery shopping, or whatever. Then we'd walk over to Video Depot. We'd go to the back of the store. We'd sit down and we'd play Major League Baseball. And we'd just sit down. And I don't remember how long a game takes, 45 minutes, an hour?
Oh, at least, yeah.
We'd sit down and we'd play a game or two in the back of the store. We had no business being there. They never said a word to us about it. It was just like, oh, there's those nice people again that like the Intellivision so much. Never bought anything there. We just, so the only time I ever played Major League Baseball was at Video Depot, playing on a machine that I had no business playing on.
But it's an enjoyable game, even if you're not... I'm not particularly a baseball fan, but I think it's still a fun game if you have someone to play with who's equally skilled or equally unskilled, as it were. And of course, we're going to talk about the variations, the INTV stuff, and the ECS World Series Major League Baseball. We're going to cover all of these things, compare and contrast, if you will, the various versions.
Cool.
So, yes, please join us for the next episode where we will be talking all about baseball, as we said. If you want to send us stories about Dreadnaught Factor, Bomb Squad, Astro Smash, Microsurgeon, anything we've talked about, anything we will talk about, any suggestions, you can do so. Send us an email, hello@intellivisionaries.com or hello@intipodcast.com. Of course, we're always available on Facebook, Inti Podcast, or Twitter @Inti Podcast. You'll find us on our own forums on Game Gavel and Atari Age and Retro Video Gamer. I'd like to thank Tom Loughry for the interview. I'd also like to thank Kieren Hawken for discussing the UK perspective on the Intellivision. And of course, I want to thank Kevin Savetz for joining us as a guest host. It was fun having you on, Kevin. I hope you had a good time talking Intellivision instead of talking Atari 8-bit.
Thank you. I had a lot of fun.
And of course, we will tune into Antic, the Atari 8-bit podcast, and check out your upcoming shows.
Awesome.
So thanks for listening, and we'll see you next month for episode 7.
You've been listening to the Intellivisionaries podcast. Intellivision is a trademark of Intellivision Productions. This is Intellivision.
You have just seen a demonstration of Intellivisionaries Promo. In the next several years, you will see its hardware components and software library grow in number and dimension to provide even higher levels of service to the consumer.
Well, Kevin, do you have all the hardware or just the console and that's it? The console.
I have the console. I think I have a Intellivision 2 and Intellivision System 3, and I have the keyboard component, which there's a hilarious story in my book.
Wait, you have the original keyboard component?
No, I'm sorry. I have the piano keyboard.
Oh, the synthesizer, but you can't use it without the ECS, but you don't have an ECS?
I don't think I have an ECS. I know. I feel I'm a terrible collector and not actually knowing if I own an ECS. Sorry. Yeah, and
You're off the show.
I know.
Throw him out.